Hi, stream 153. Sorry for the delay in starting. I was distracted by Discord. I shouldn't let Discord distract me right before I'm going to start streaming. So anyway, hope you guys are doing well today. I'm going to try to get through the final problems with the snapshot installation. I've been working on journal compacting and snapshotting for the last 5 streams. Actually, it's not a bad average to have a different topic each week, so it takes about 5 streams. I guess I shouldn't complain. So here are some problems left over from yesterday. I didn't work on them at all since last stream, so this is all on stream. And let me give you a little bit of background. So the server platform I'm setting up for my game holds in memory all of the state of the game, and it's all built up from a sequence of commands to set the state and change it. And here is what that sequence of commands looks like, literally. Each command here is serialized as JSON, and the command type says to the game what it should do. These client reports are just basically telling the cluster that the server that's reporting it has a certain set of clients still connected, and that's just to make sure we clear out any logins that might have been there if the server goes down and comes back up. A lot of the commands, though, will be things like setting password reset tokens, creating a new player, adding a moderation event, logging out, sending email. And of course, I'm going to be adding a lot more commands when I actually have a game. Stuff like adding things in the world, moving around, picking up items, that kind of thing. Hey there, Ramy. Wowee. So, yeah, I was chatting on Discord, which is why it took me a little bit to start, because that's my own fault. I got distracted. But hopefully you got the answer. Otherwise, please let me know. I'll try to answer it better. Yeah, all right. So this is the format that my games journal was in. The problem with this is that it gets longer and longer, and if you add a new server into the cluster that hasn't been keeping up with this, it has to replay the entire log to build its in-memory state. So that's not so big a deal if the server stays running, but I'm going to be frequently taking servers offline to update their code and then bring them back online, and then having to replay the entire game history from scratch takes longer and longer, which is not desirable. So been doing the raft consensus algorithm, and there's a chapter 7 there called log compaction, which I'm trying to implement. Currently trying to find out how to wait for a specific key that is not enter. Yeah, so the way the cin works, and also the C standard library input stuff, it's usually line oriented. So you type in a whole line and hit enter, and you'll get all of those characters in the buffer. So you either have to settle for a line input, a buffered line input system, and then scan for the key you want in that line, or you need to go to a more low level library. For example, in Windows, I think also in Linux too, there are different console APIs, like conio.h is one I remember. Something more low level will give you unbuffered raw console access, so a function call for every single key, not just an entire line. And that's if you're like making a game and you want it to be responsive to every key press, that's what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to get access to one of those low level libraries. Unfortunately, and yeah, I haven't used conio, the console IO in Windows too much. I usually just make a real window, a Win32 window, and the event loop for a window, you can you'll receive messages for every key press, so it's a bit easier. Yeah, so the problem with the conio, I think it's OS specific, so I just don't remember if conio is Windows or Linux. I'm pretty sure it's not both. It's not part of the standard libraries. So yeah, you might be in OS hell. Yep. Yeah, see, you don't have the nice ubiquitous platform that you have on C#. When you go to C and C++, you're kind of, unless you stick to the standard library and it has what you need, you're kind of at the mercy of whatever your OS wants to do. So, okay, yeah, well, check it out, conio. I think that's it, right? Conio. So, yeah, it's an old header, MS-DOS. That would be Would that be in the MSDN? Yeah, so this is the kind of stuff you probably want. Gets a character from the console without echo. And they give you these caveats basically saying, well, this is so low level old school that you can't expect it to work on the latest Windows runtime stuff. So and those other caveats like it won't read Control C because that gets rerouted to be an interrupt signal instead. And then you have to worry about the keyboard mappings and character codes and code pages and all that stuff. But it looks like this might be what you need if your keys are standard ASCII keys, like letters. It should work. It is scary. If C++ is too scary, you could always just do it in plain C. I mean, this isn't C++. It's just C. It's not so scary, but a bit older. Yeah, C for the get C is the C equivalent of the C in get. And I think it'll tell you here that it is line-based, really. Where does it say that? Okay, it's kind of buried in the fact that it reads from a file, and if the file is standard input, the way that file works is it's line-based. And you see how they say read a single line. So it'll work if you're also reading until the end of the line, but it's when you're like looking for individual keys that you'll uncover that it really doesn't actually unblock from here until you get a whole line, and the rest of the loop is just working on buffered data. Yeah, and scary stuff. Yeah, the F10 key, so it's possible to get those, but you have to turn off any kind of input filtering. What you want us to look for, I guess we could look for it. conio.h msdn. There's like an unbuffered or raw. What you want is the scan codes. Did get care? What is this? I don't know. No documentation. Is it get care? I think that is not the right one. Yeah, this is from standard IO. So this is line based. It's strange how you have to like go to the one with underscores to find it. When reading a function arrow key, each function must be called twice. Right, so there's just weird stuff about escapes and scan codes and stuff. So you might be able to read F10 like they say if you call it twice and the first call returns a special code. And then the second one is a key code. Sometimes they call it a scan code. I usually use C++, not CPP when searching. Yeah, well, good luck. It's an interesting problem. You know, I bet someone's already written a library that'll do this for you. If you're not inclined, like I usually am, to write it from scratch, you could probably look up like C library for Windows that handles function keys and arrow keys for you. Because this stuff is really esoteric. The fact that you have to know the scan codes and that there's a special second call and the first call returns a special code. Hey there, Nui. Hey, good luck, Ramy. All right. So this was the command journal before I did log compaction. And what we're aiming towards is a much shorter log where when it gets long enough, it gets truncated again. And every time we truncate, we don't just throw away the information. We take the in-memory state built from this entire sequence of commands, and we put it in what's called a snapshot. So here's an example snapshot where we have the configuration, and I've collapsed some of these to make it a little bit easier to read. You can do the same thing here. The configuration, the players in the game, the tickets in the ticketing system, any emails that are still not sent yet that are in the queue. And this is much shorter and easier and quicker to read, but it doesn't have the entire history of the game. If I wanted to keep the entire history, I'd have to somehow archive these original journals, but I might do that for backup purposes, or maybe I might keep the journal for the last 24 hours, but I'm not going to keep the whole game's history forever because it'll grow without bound. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. Did you miss anything? I just was helping Raimi for a second with how to do console input in Windows. Old school, low-level C programming. And then I was just giving a recap on what I'm doing, trying to fix all the bugs in the snapshotting system, which is taking this longer journal and making a shorter journal based off of a snapshot. So guys, let me know if you have any questions about the snapshot journal format. I can explain that. But basically, the work I'm doing today is fixing a couple problems with it. First problem, and this had to do with bringing up a new server and having a snapshot installed to it. So I had written, let me try to understand what I had written. The executor needs to start a new journal before the snapshot it's based on has been formed. Right. So right now, it's a chicken and the egg problem. Journal, let me find it. I had a start. So I had added a snapshot as an argument when you call start. The problem is, let me pin that, in the executor, make snapshot. When we make the snapshot, it happens after we've created the new journal. There's a little bit of indirection here in that the executor goes to a journal factory, and that's dependency injection. It's how you create a journal is injected into the executor, and this is what does it, right? So we create a new journal, we give it a file name, and we tell the journal to start. So here's the problem. We have the start is where you give the snapshot. The start is called from the journal factory. Journal factory is invoked before we actually have the snapshot. So that's what we need to do. We need to be able to set the snapshot on the journal from the executor. In other words, I want to be able to say, I think at this point, something like this, shared snapshot state journal set snapshot. So that doesn't exist yet. I need to add that. That's problem one. Hey there, Romania. Hey there, Bugfound. How are you guys doing? Need to be able to call set snapshot. So basically, if we make a snapshot after we started the journal, I need to tie them together after the journal's been made. Yeah, I haven't been going that long. Refactor some stuff. Good for you. You don't know how yet? Well, that's part of the process, right? So that's the first problem I'm going to try to solve, is getting the journal its snapshot after it's been created. The second problem was that set last index wasn't being called when the snapshot was installed, and that was causing the server being brought up to think, oh, I don't have any log entries, even though it got a snapshot. So the snapshot basically is the embodiment of a whole sequence of log entries, and there's this last index in there. So in other words, this snapshot represents all commands from 1 to 195. So in the code, when we have this last index variable, we need to set it to 195 once we load this snapshot. And right now it's not doing that. It's set to 0, which is causing it to say that it doesn't have the log entries, even though it does. So I need to solve that. And then this is going to be an issue if the cluster is in the middle of reconfiguring itself and you start enabling the snapshots. I'm pretty sure it's going to cause a lot of chaos. So I'm just going to avoid the issue by not allowing snapshots while we're reconfiguring. So there's code. I just need to look what I wrote to detect when we're in the middle of a reconfiguration, and that'll just be added to the conditions about, you know, deciding whether or not we can make a snapshot or not. Hey there, Joe Mega. Fully abstract? Oh, on a small scale, try one way and try another way and see which way you like better. Is it launch day today? Hey. So my mom has a saying. She's into technology, and she says about anything that just launched, like the 1.0, the razor's edge, so to speak, that those who would jump to use it are the lunatic fringe. So she's a little bit opinionated, I think, but the point is that when stuff first comes out, like Visual Studio 2019 launch, I'm not going to pick it up because I just expect a whole lot of problems. I never pick up stuff unless it's a game and I don't mind it crashing. Like Satisfactory, I've been playing that with Ski Dog, right? It's got bugs, it got crashes. I don't mind because it's a game. But if it's a tool that I use for work, I really hesitate to pick it up when it first comes out because of all the bugs. So I'm not really into launch events for tools because I just know it's, sure, we can celebrate. They can celebrate, sure, but I'll wait until they 1.0.1 or 1.1 when they fixed all the bugs. 2 big steps away from creating a finished module for your bindings, fixing issues with interpreter compile time, modifying module finding to contain more than just function. Okay, cool. What if the bugs are actually features? That's not the kind of tool that I want to use for work. But for a game, sure, bugs can be features. They make games more fun, maybe. I don't mind that so much. Been running various preview versions for several months. Yeah, I'm usually one, if not one major version behind, I'm like maybe a half major version behind. So I would switch to 2019 once the, I don't know, maybe when it gets to the first or second minor revision of it. That's probably when I'll switch. Actually, that's not true. I'll probably, when the mood strikes me, try it out, and if it doesn't break anything, I might jump to it. That's what I did for 2017. Minecraft block update detector. Oh, was that a bug that became a feature? I didn't know that. Yeah, so for games, it's fun. Bugs are fun. Bugs and tools are not fun. For me, at least. Okay, so once I fix these 2 problems, and then add this restriction, there was one other minor issue right now in that the mail queue is broken. If email gets queued and then we make a snapshot, we'll never send the email. That's because the executor doesn't actually modify the mail queue like it should, and right now we're having the coordinator do that, which is basically making it impossible to snapshot. So I'll have to fix that. Kind of saving that for last because it's not so critical. So let me work on this first. I need to essentially have this compile, which is after we make a journal and then we make a snapshot, we need to be able to glue the 2 together. I think in here, did I have a callback? At some point I have to have a callback. Oh, I think I put that up here. Or down here. Somewhere around here there was extra work. Oh, here was. The new journal has to catch up, and once it does, I think then we announce. At some point we have to announce that the snapshot was made. Oh, here it was. I mean, we could announce it way back up here, I think, but we'd do it down there. Why? Oh, so that it doesn't start making a second snapshot until it's made the first one. I think that's why I did that. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been that lucky with updates. Exactly. It's okay when I'm not streaming, but when I'm streaming and all of a sudden my tools break, I feel like it makes me look foolish. Or unprepared or unprofessional or something like that. I mean, imagine if you were using PowerPoint or something to give a presentation in a business meeting, and all of a sudden Windows says, oh, I'm going to update PowerPoint now. Oh, now your presentation looks like crap. You'd be really mad. And not really because of the bug directly, but because of how it makes you look in the meeting. So I get more triggered when I'm showing this to other people and all of a sudden it just breaks. And it's like, makes me look bad. Doesn't support 2019. Yeah, I'll just wait. If there's no critical compiler feature that I'm waiting for, like no language version, then Why jump to it? Prefer stability. I do need to refactor this junk here. Why do I have this as a to-do also still? Journal make the final. Oh, we already did that. Okay, this is safe to remove. We do let it make the final call, and that's swap right now. Swap will pull in any missing entries. Let me make sure it did that. Let's look at journal swap. You can do it, IntelliSense. I believe in you. Okay. Yeah, here's that final check to append any last second missing entries. And I have this other pointer fragility. I need to think about that. I'm not going to worry about that so much, because in the real game, I will only really have one concrete journal class. And so every journal that comes in will definitely be the same concrete class. So I can do that downcast safely. I need to think about if I had several different kinds of journals, then there would be an issue. I have to make it a more formal API. And mostly I think that is in the... Actually, wait, hold on. All right, it's in reaching into the impl like that. If they're not the same class, then you can't just swap them. You have to do a more elaborate dance where you transfer the information through real API calls. I kind of want to avoid that. All right. Anyway, I think we can get rid of this to do, because that's why I did that. I just forgot to remove the to do. So set snapshot. Let's add that. I was bad yesterday. I didn't do any work after the stream. I just played Astroneer all day. Until Ski Dog streamed, and I played Satisfactory with him for a while. I should have done work. I deserve to be behind by 4 hours or so. Okay, I'm just kind of lost here. Here we go, journal tests. Let's add a new test for setting the snapshot. So let's take another one. How about install snapshot? So it's kind of like install. What does install snapshot actually do? It's kind of like that, only it just sets it and doesn't do these other things. Maybe it actually is the same thing as install, and I really should take these and move them out. Or maybe these are unnecessary. When is install? Install snapshot is when... Is when what? Hold on. Oh, you use their new IDE? Yeah, that's one cool thing that they added starting when? 2015? Or was it 2013? That you could use the new IDE but use the old toolchain. It was nice when they did that. It let teams work together a little bit more seamlessly. Like at my last job, people just didn't want to move to 2015 or 2017 or whatever, but I could move if I wanted to. I just had to tell them, hey, when you when I build code to give to you, I'll use the old toolchain. Where do we call the thing? Install snapshot. Oh, Raft calls it. That's right. Where does that actually happen? Right? No? Oh, right there. Hold on. Maybe I'm not understanding what I need to do here. Maybe I should be calling install snapshot. And just have install snapshot not do these other things that it's doing. These. I don't think I need to do those because this will be done before we do any append entries at all, right? Yeah, we're not going to append any entries because we don't have. Yeah, okay. I think I can safely just change the requirements for install snapshot and just use that. So this would be install snapshot. Got some errors. Are they fun looking errors? Oh, it's a wall of error text. I saw that. I'm like, oh, I thought it was something I could zoom in on. Yeah, I've seen that before. Hopefully it's a lot of patterns that you can do pattern matching on. Very fun. Fun in quotes. Fun. Oh, I need to sit up more straight. Okay. Journal tests. Yeah, let's get rid of the set snapshot and we'll work with install snapshot. Actually, these tests didn't check the side effects of clearing the cache and setting the file position, did they? Maybe we can just remove them because they were never actually required. Oh, these need to be passed in, right? Yeah. We have those. Index last snapshot. Actually, I'm passing them to both of these. Maybe I don't need to pass these at all. I'll get back to it. I'll pass them to both for now. So I don't want to have to look it up twice. Let's cache it. Term last snapshot. How about, let's see, snapshot last term. And these two variables go down here. Oh, first build of the day, or first link of the day. 30 seconds. DevDocs.io is the best. Buff Seagull says that DevDocs.io is the best. Where's the search? Oh, there's a search. So let's see if I can look up the same kind of thing. Basic iStream. Get. Looks like it's actually exactly the same information. Only a little formatted a little better. Does they actually get their documentation from the same source? Oh, look at that. Ah ha ha ha. I should write back to Buff Seagull. DevDocs.io gets its source material from CPP reference. Seems good. Anything that gets their source material from cppreference.com and not c++.com is good in my book. Yeah, my brain is a bit behind or ahead of my mouth. My mouth is behind my brain. Something like that. They're not connected very well. And my kids are laughing at me. Hearing me talk on stream. Nonsense. All right. Okay. DevDocs.io. Maybe we give them more points because they have other languages too. Maybe that'll be what I should... Maybe that's what I should use instead of CPP reference. Also, it's built-in dark theme. All right. Run the unit tests. I should have had to do that while I was waiting. That should be fine. And then I can test it? Or should I fix the other problem too? The set last index. I should probably set that too. I mean, fix that. I should fix that too. Actually, this is in the executor, right? There ought to be a test for this. In other words, if I comment that out, it doesn't break an executor test, right? And that would be a problem. Yeah, so let's make a unit test that requires that. Okay. So in essence, after the snapshot is made, the journal should have a copy. That's what we're going to test. So make snapshot. Those are the two snapshots. So at the very end, I should get the same thing. Let's take this latest snapshot and put it somewhere. Const auto expected last snapshot. Oh, hold on, I can't do it there. I have to do it after the act. Okay, now I can put that here and put it here. And then I ask the mock journal snapshot. Why is it a get? Do I not keep it around? Ah, I don't. So let's fix that. JSON value snapshot. So install snapshot needs to save it. It would be a good idea to delete the light theme from Discord. You think so? I don't know. Are we going down the dark side? Ha 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 ha. By going to dark themes? Now that I've been using more dark themes and more apps, whenever I have to switch to a light themed app like OneNote, I don't like it anymore. I'm wondering if it's just because I'm getting used to the dark theme. I actually seriously considered not using the OneNote main app anymore and using OneNote Web for Chrome, because there I can just use the dark reader plugin to Chrome to make it dark. Do I need to check this last included? I probably should. I'm going to store that. I guess we'll just overwrite base term, right? Base term is last included term. Base index and commit index are last included index. So let's check those at the end. This is the index, right? Mock journal, base index, and the term. All right. Less training on your ice? Yeah. Why is it that we didn't use dark themes from the beginning? Gotta be a good reason for that. Cool. So it fails. To make it pass, I should just be able to put this code back in. Run it again. Uh-oh. Still fails. Why would it still fail? Maybe the test doesn't run long enough. Let's check. Was it graphical user interfaces that made us switch to light themes? Because you're right, when the original non-graphical terminals, they were black background. So we can blame, who can we blame? Microsoft? For saying, hey, we should have everything on a white background. Go to Test Explorer. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing that. I can just click this button. Let's see if it ever gets to that line of code. Debug. It does get there. For index 2. And then again for index 4. Hold on. We are making a mock journal that does have an install snapshot. Does that ever get called? It does get called. Oh, it's not the right journal. I'm looking at the old journal, not the new one. That's the problem. So this makes a new one and returns it, but never holds onto a reference. So what am I going to do to fix that? How about we'll just record last journal. Last journal made by factory. We'll just hold on to a copy of it. So, like this. We don't initialize it. Actually, I guess we can. We can do this, right? Yeah, let's do that. And then in my test, I have to use that, the last journal created by the factory. There. Blame Xerox? Or is that the original motif X Windows? Is that right? Cool. Okay, so let me break the code to make sure that that is what we're testing. Cool. And put it back. All right. Okay, that's one problem. Now the other problem. So this is in Raft, really. Oh, yeah. I think there is something to be said about small text. One of the nice side effects of showing this on stream and wanting to make the text larger because I'm streaming is that it's easier on my eyes. You know, it used to be I would show the text on my screen much smaller, and I think it put a lot of strain on my eyes. And when I started streaming, people were saying you should make the text larger so it's easier to read on smaller displays. So I did that for my viewers, but then the nice side effect is that it's larger for me, and I think it helps my eyes too. And I guess the flip side is I have a hard time watching dev streamers who have very small fonts. And playing with Skizzers, if he's around, he would agree, I think. He always... Not always. he'll occasionally comment about how he can't watch a streamer, a dev streamer, because their text is too small. And I'm like, yeah, I think you're right. Unless the stream is entertaining just to listen to and not watch the code, you know, it's kind of annoying that I can't read it. All right. Yeah, where? It's in Raft. Replication, is that the right test? I think this is it. So a follower will receive a snapshot. This confirms that it's a follower, right? How does this work? Actually, I don't know why we do that. I don't think I need to do that. Oh no, that's just to establish an initial term number that we can check it down here. All right, that's all that that's for. And then we basically just say, here's a snapshot. And we say, well, did the follower actually get the snapshot out? Oh, I was right. This was a problem from yesterday that I don't really know how we're going to know when the last index was advanced. Unless I think of a way to do this. Actually, I think I do know a way we could do it. The set last index advances last index, right? And that's used on receive append entries. Because we check that here somewhere. Yeah, some dev streamers, I don't really need to see their code because they'll either describe what they're doing well enough, or I wouldn't be able to understand their code anyway, like it's in Rust or something, and I don't know Rust. And I don't mind so much if their stream is entertaining. Yeah, this stuff. It's when it's in its response, Mac. It's this match index, really. Yeah, match index is what I care about. So I can arrange what I can arrange here is after a snapshot is installed, we can try to append another entry. I think I want to do that. So it'll be similar to this test. So I'll copy that test, and this will be follower append entries after snapshot. I'm trying to understand, Chelmega. You're saying if you were making your own backend, instead of using LLVM, you would probably build to an intermediate format and link that code, and you have a lot of additional optimizations. Yeah, that's like the newer way to make compilers, right? Instead of going straight to code gen, you go to an intermediate format, and that sort of interoperates with other languages. Or you could go straight to, what is it called? MSIL? The .NET intermediate format? Or the Microsoft? Whatever. Common runtime? Is that what they call it? Hold on a second. Sorry, I was interrupted. That's my little overlay when I get interrupted, or when the dog barks. And so I don't need this one, actually, but I will use that down here. So put it down here. I don't need to know this information anymore. I'll simplify that. Okay, so this is what I want, really. That directly. Can I reuse message? I think I can. Yeah, let's reuse message. So it receives a snapshot. Immediately after that, it's going to receive an entry based on that snapshot. So we'll say, it doesn't matter, I'll just say the leader is committed up to 100. Yeah, makes sense, Jomega. Okay, previous index. That should be 100. So we're making something based off of 100. And previous term is 3. I'm missing something. What happened to the actual entries? Hold on. This helper actually doesn't actually put real entries in there. Shouldn't it? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. I think that was the point. It didn't matter. It doesn't actually matter that we have entries there or not. It will really just confirm that it should think that we have that index now. So I will clear the messages before that point. Then receive that, and we should get something back which is an append entries results. Really all I care about is that the match index should be 100 and it should be a success. I don't really care about anything else there. Right? So it's an append, so we should get back an append entries. It should match up to it should match what was in the snapshot. That's the whole point, is that when the snapshot gets installed, it should update our last index to match that of the snapshot. So it should match that and be success. All right. Actually, that might need to be 101. Oh, hold on. That's why I had no log, because this is really a heartbeat. Yeah, okay, so that does make it easier. Okay, if we had a log, if we had an actual command in this appended, this will go to 101 or 100 plus however many we had. Okay, that makes more sense to me. So let's run this. It fails, yes. So we've recreated the problem? Right, it's 0. That's what I was seeing in the real server. Okay, cool. So let me see if I can get the fix correct. Hold on a second. Keep having to check when people come in that they close the door correctly, or else my kitty gets out. We don't want Kitty to go out the front door. He can go out the back door all he wants, but not the front door. All right. I think this is what we want to do. Uninstall snapshot. Yeah, right here. So we are asking a log keeper for it. I think that's okay because we're setting it there. Good question though is, do we always pass the same argument to set less index? I think I could. Oh wait a minute, no. That's where it's different. Everywhere we're setting whatever the last one is in the log, and there I could use that, although I'm just computing it myself. But that's special when we roll back. Okay, Okay, that makes sense. All right, try the test again. Still fails. It's off by 1. Why would it be off by 1? I don't know. Why would it be off by 1? Let's look here. Actually, let's go into the set last index and go here and then run the test. Why is it 1? Very cool, Jamega. Log start with something in it? Is that the problem? Oh, we did have an entry in it. Why did I do that? Oh, was I trying to replicate where we had an entry in the log and it gets blown away by a snapshot? Because that should actually never happen. I don't think. It's sort of hard to put it into words, but what if the leader of the cluster is much ahead of a follower, and then it's going to send commands to the follower to get it to catch up. Meanwhile, let's say it does a snapshot. It'll replace all those commands with a snapshot. It's going to end up telling the follower, hey, you're so far behind, I have to give you a snapshot. Will that happen, though? Don't know. I don't think so, because they're synchronous. I mean, whenever commands are added on the leader side, they're replicated immediately to the followers. Even if there is some lag, the message will be already formulated and sent. It will only be if the follower says, no, I don't have the ones that came before that. That happened after a leadership change, though. I guess it could. Alright, so that means the mock journal has to, when we install a snapshot, it has to clear the log. But actually, it only really needs to clear the log if the entries are before the snapshot's end. Yeah, so I could make it a little bit more intelligent. But anyway, this install snapshot should do the right thing, right? Let's see. Go to install snapshot. Is that not in this file? It's probably in this file, actually. Oh yeah, it doesn't do the right thing. That's probably what happened, right? No, there's 0. Oh, but it has other variables. Yeah, it has 1 entry in it. Okay. That's probably what the problem is then, right? Yeah. Okay. Then how will I do this? Your intermediate representation sounds like an object module, right? Makes sense. I'm a little lost here. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so it's the overlap I need to remove. So let's just compute that. Let's just say if base index plus entries dot size is actually it's simpler. It's if base index is less than or equal to last not last included index. Yeah. Then there's some overlap, right? The overlap, the number of entries to remove. Yeah, so let's just compute that. Num entries to num overlap entries. Actually, this is going to be a real pain for the real journal. I could simplify just by tossing the whole journal every time, can't I? If this happens, if there's an overlap, just toss the whole journal. Yeah, let's just do that. And it's only if it's really, it's less than. If it's less than or if it's equal to, then there is no overlap, right? Yeah, okay, so if it's less than, entries clear. Is that all that I store in the mock is entries? Entries. Yeah, okay. Try again. Cool. So I need to have the actual journal do the same thing. Raft. Let's not commit to git yet. Okay, install snapshot. Yeah, let's make another test for this. Install snapshot. Installed snapshot overlaps existing entries. They just start with some entries. Here we go. We can oh, and that's not it. Is it this append? I think it's this append. Let's put in two of them. Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just put one in there. And then we have some kind of snapshot, and then that says basically it's gonna overlap that entry. What do I expect? That journal should have 0 entries now, right? Journal get size. And then these should remain like they were. Do I care about that? I'll leave it in there. So this will not work right now. Because it crashed. Interesting. Let's debug and see why. What? Oh, did I add before I did start? Yeah, I can't do that. I had to add after start, but before install the snapshot. But yeah. Okay, cool. So it didn't clear the item. Let's make it clear it. Install snapshot. I think I'll just keep it simple. I'll say if impl base index is less than last included index, then we do what I was doing before, and I probably still have it in the git lens, so let me get it back. This stuff. Clear the cache, reset the file. So it'll rewind a little bit. It'll end up. Hold on. It rewinds. Raft also needs to rewind. We do that anyway, right? So this set last index. It'll rewind it. Actually, but it's going to index the. Okay, I can't do that. I really can't call. I had to just do this directly instead of calling set last index. Here, I just have to do that. And it's this one. That makes more sense to me. Actually, if I do that first, it makes even more sense. So we tell the log keeper, install the snapshot, and then we get its last index back. Actually, isn't it always just going to be this one? Can I just use that directly? I think that is fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's these doubts, though, make me worry. Doubts mean that there might be a bug. I want to catch the bug now, and not want to have a game running on this damn thing. I don't want people to be like in a battle, and all of a sudden the server decides, oh, I'm gonna go create a snapshot now, and then suddenly the boss that you thought you just killed, oh, he's back, and now he's killing your dudes. I don't want that to happen at all. Oh, okay. Well, we're passing all of our normal unit tests, so try it on the real game. All right, I need to set this up now. Oh shoot! I hit that button and it opens another Git shell. Let's just close this thing. Close. Yes. All right. I just want one command. Okay. This will take longer, so I'll do it first. So it's admin console npm start. And while that's running, I suppose I want to blow away everything or restore from backup. Actually, no, I don't have to do that. I think I just need to destroy server 13. Unless the others were in the process of doing a reconfiguration. I think they were. I think that's the problem. This has a new config? Yeah, it has a new config. So I have to blow away the state. Or restore it, rather. So that is restore. Then delete server 13. And then reserve. That will generate some snapshots. Oh, hold on. I forgot to update the snapshot interval. Let's make some snapshots. Yeah, goodbye server 13. We'll create them again. That's the whole point of this. Should be able to create a server on the fly. Hard mode. Am I still working on snapshots? Yeah, but I am trying to solve the last bugs in it. Frost, ice, cold. So there were 2 bugs in it. I think I just solved them. And then there's a restriction I got to put into place. And then this mail queue. Not directly related to snapshots, but it's a bug in how I deal with the mail queue. I think I just fixed it, but I'm not sure. I won't really know until I test it. So that's what I'm doing now. Okay, so it created snapshots. It's going to create more snapshots, but yeah, let's just run it again. So now we're up to date with snapshots, and don't want it to make any more snapshots, so I'll increase the interval to 1,000 and then run it again, and then by now the admin console should be ready. Let's see it in dark mode. There we go. Okay, here goes nothing. Localhost 13. Go. Oh, oh, oh. What? It was there? What happened to it? Why did it install it 6 times? Okay, that almost worked. It disappeared though. Why did it disappear? It's in there. What about these servers? Okay, so what? The admin console has an old configuration. I can just download it. Current. I don't have a download configuration button. I could really use that. Actually, if I refresh it, it should do it, right? Yeah, there we go. But then it disappeared. What the heck? Oh, maybe one of the servers has the wrong idea about the configuration. Like maybe 10 or something is off. No, they all have... They all have 13 in their set, so why am I getting... Okay, I'll have to look at the diagnostic messages here. So let's clear them and we'll reset. Okay, 13 doesn't think it should be in its own set. That's the problem. Oh, it hasn't finished reconfiguring. It's on... No, it received it. I mean, why did it receive it multiple times? That's the problem. I think that's the problem. It shouldn't have so many copies of itself. What's the snapshot based off of? 198, okay. That should be the same as one of these, right? 199, close enough. So there's the real log based off of 199. So it should have only that. For some reason, this one based off of 198 has a bunch of copies. Why did that happen? It's this. Why did it send it multiple times? Oh, I wonder if it's the timeout on the RPC. It does a retransmit if that happens, right? It happened a lot. Oh, there we go. Mismatch. Why is it 0? That shouldn't happen. Okay, something's wrong still with the last index. Hey, Sertu. Trying to fix some bugs here. How are you doing? Okay, there's where I started the thing up. It dealt with some client report commands, and then sometime later, I connected. And then here's the big break. So there was a 12-second pause. That must have been where I was typing in the new server 13. Okay, so here's the start reconfiguration. Configuration changing from a set of 3 to a set of 4. It is committed. Installing this default package, launching it. There's going to be these errors at first because they tried immediately to connect to it, but it's not ready to receive their connection right away. Okay, then we do connect. Then we say here's it just assumes the best and says he must have all of the latest entries. I'll just pass him the very last one, the start reconfiguration one. And 13 should say, no, I don't have that. At what point does he do that? Huh. These didn't sort, the timestamps didn't sort quite right. Well, does this back up all the way to the beginning? Is that what's going on? Oh, it backs up all the way to the snapshot. I need to actually... I mean, it'll do that. It's a lot of wasted information. Raft talks about you can shortcut that by the follower could basically say what the last index it actually has, and then the leader could say, oh, well, I have to go back to install the snapshot then, rather than retrying so many times. So it installs the snapshot. And why am I getting that? Oh, those are matching. Okay, that makes sense. So it goes all the way back to 199. It's just they're not sorted correctly. That's what's going on. Okay, so finally it receives the installed snapshot. Advances to 198. And why is it receiving 208? Maybe those are retransmits. Those are probably retransmits, actually. It says mismatch. I wonder if that's what's causing it. Anyway, it will receive 10 starting. So here are the actual 10 after the snapshot. And then why did it install the snapshot again? Is it just time? Is it just timing out on the RPC call? Let's say it did time out on the RPC call. Then when it received more snapshots, what should it do? It should have backed up. It should have returned to the beginning of the file. Maybe I didn't do that right though. Because it looks like it's just concatenating the same thing over and over again. Anyway. So 13 says the configuration is changed. Oh, wait. I think I see the problem. It received these as one set. Right? No, it didn't. Let me count these numbers carefully. So that's 198, 199, 200, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the start reconfiguration is 207. Okay, so by that point, server 13 has received all the way down to there, but it hasn't received the joint configuration yet. When does it do that? Does it ever get that? No, it keeps backing up again. Okay, here it receives them as a clump. Is that the problem? It's just receiving them all together? I think that's the problem. I think it's a bug. Right now, if it hasn't processed start reconfiguration and then it processes it, it will look ahead and see, and it sees if it already has appended a finish, it won't do the actual reconfiguration. It just says, oh, it's been done already. So I think the problem is it applied them, and then then the install snapshot backed it up again. Where does it actually advance the commit? It did it early, right? So up here, proceed install snapshot, advance the commit. So it shouldn't go back before 198. Does it ever go back? Okay. I think it's these retransmits that are screwing it up. Because it doesn't actually advance the commit index until... Okay, here there it went from 208 to 211. When did it go to 208, though? Advancing. I'm looking for the word advancing for server 13. Oh, here it is. In 208. Okay, so it got down, it committed all of these. So it should have committed the start reconfiguration. Right, wait a minute, why does it say configuration changed? Configuration changed. So it caches the next configuration. So I should see that. Yeah, there it is. So it has the new configuration. It just doesn't know when to move to it. What's this next snapshot? Oh, it decided to do snapshotting. Is that the problem? That might be it. It might have decided it wants to do a snapshot at some point. Oh, that's the problem. It had already advanced to 208 up here. And then it accepted this older snapshot. It shouldn't do that. I think that's the problem. Okay. Because if it accepts an older snapshot, it actually backs up and uncommits everything that it committed. It committed the start reconfiguration, and then it uncommitted it in a sense. So, okay, yeah, we have to fix that. Shoot. That's another test case. Hold on a second. Barking doggy. Sorry about that. Okay, I guess we'll do this in raft. Barking dog, yeah. Dog is barking. Kid came home. Replication tests. Okay, let's construct the test case this way. What's today's job? Trying to fix bugs in this snapshotting stuff. So it's really not described very well there, but how best to describe it? There are just bugs in the snapshotting. I know it's too abstract. So just take my word for it that I'm fixing bugs in how... Okay, really what I was trying to do is add server 13 and have it pick up from a snapshotted game state, and that doesn't quite work. 13 gets added, but then it's like, well, I'm not really in the cluster yet, and it just kind of gets stuck there. So it never gets fully inducted into the cluster. Okay, this is the new one I copied, right? Yes, okay, so do not install snapshot. Do not install stale snapshot. That's what I'm going to call it. So it's if the snapshot is older than what we already have committed. So let's make some entries. Can I add that multiple times? Yeah, let's do that. So we have 2 entries. And then let's mark them committed. How do I do that? I don't remember. Your shoulder hurts so much, no idea why. Probably you have bad posture like me. Stretch and check your posture. I'm looking for a test that actually advances the commit index. Okay, almost. Create a shader that fixes your shoulder. Yeah, probably bad posture. Gotta get up and move around. Not be on the computer so much, said who? Aha. Follower advanced commit index. So it's this form? Yeah. Leader is okay, yeah, I already why am I using these twos and stuff like that? Yeah, let's just use this term. And we'll have the first entry committed. Actually, I guess that means what I'm doing is this, right? And I'm not doing that. So it receives 2, oh, I need to have the entry. It receives two entries, 2 empty entries, and the leader says, hey, well, one of them's already been committed. So this should accept them and commit the first one, and then we'll have a snapshot come in that says, well, my base is 0. And it should not blow away it should not rewind the commit index. That's the check. This will be last included index 0. So I actually don't care what the results are, do I? Actually, I do care about match index, don't I? It'll be the last, so the last will be 2. So I don't care about the term. It will not install the snapshot. But those I don't have anymore. The base will be... zero, but the commit index will be 1. And the base term, 0. And it shouldn't accept the snapshot. So let's initialize the snapshot, I guess. Sure. Let's have a different snapshot. Ooh, spam. Let's actually call this original snapshot. Okay. This is an old stale snapshot. It shouldn't go and replace it. And it does it. Okay, good. So let's prevent that from happening. I think it's just here. We say if shared log keeper ultimately it's our commit index. Don't I have that, right? Commit index. Yeah. If commit index is greater than or equal to the last included index in the snapshot, then I don't need the snapshot. So let reverse this to be if it's less than. Then we can install the snapshot and set the last index. Q snapshot announcement, and that's it. And then instead of receiving it directly, actually I should be just doing this anyway. I just return our last index for match index. Or should I return our commit index? Okay, yeah, what does this do if... Does it actually go back and back up? I guess it does. It does back up. So I should do last included index. Well, now let's just keep it the way it is. All right. Being distracted by kids in the house. Bring their friends over. make noise. Okay, it got reverted. Or it never got advanced. It should have gotten advanced, though, by that number there. Okay, when this gets to append, no, commit, it should get there. That test should get there. Debug, please. I don't care about that one. Okay, it never got there. It never committed. It never got a commit. Why not? On receive append entries. Let's see it there. One command, two commands. So update leader or election state, all that stuff, cluster state, catch up is set to 2. Right, so it should advance it. Oh, wait a minute. What is this new index we have? Oh, I see. It does that before it actually appends. Okay, yeah, okay. I forgot about that. It's got to receive it, send back an ACK, and then receive a commit. So, this has got to be a 0 at first, and then a 1, with nothing. I should also clear the messages out at that point, right? So, where is that code? Sent, messages sent clear. That needs to be done here. Cool. Okay. Let me break it correctly. Let me put it the way it was before, so I can verify that it does. It actually is doing the right thing. That was this if, right? So comment that out. That should make the test break. I must break you. Yes. Cool. All right. So now it won't undo a commit by through an install snapshot. Basically, it'll ignore the snapshot installation. Yep, if it's stale. So let's try it again. So w restore. I have to remove server 13 from the configuration manually because it actually got added at the orchestrator level. Set the snapshot interval to 10. Run the cluster. I'll run it twice to make sure it actually snapshots everything down correctly. So all the journals should be nice and short now. Okay. Now we're going to put it up to 1,000 so it doesn't create any new snapshots, and then we'll add server 13. Hopefully it'll work this time, right? Let's clear out all the old messages. Add localhost 13. Add. It never added anything. Why not? Oh, wait a minute. Did I think I forgot to delete some files. No? What? Oh, I forgot to remove 13. Okay, start over again. Restore. Blow away 13 this time. And make sure that there's no like bad state files in here. Okay. 1,000. Over 9,000. That's wrong. I need to fix that. That's okay, that's what's screwing stuff up right now. So restore. This log index has to match the last log index here. So actually, what does that exactly match? It can actually be any of these, right? So 0. It basically didn't think there was a reconfiguration because the log index didn't change. Or it was greater than the current one. All right. One more try. Buildy this datey. All built. One more time. Okay, and now interval 1000. And now add 13. Localhost 13. Do it. Okay, there. I think it's doing something. There it goes. Adds Oh, look at that. It worked. Yay. So 13 is in the cluster now. It has an initial snapshot from 199. And that's correct. Okay, and we didn't get we probably got a bunch of retransmits, but it probably handled it better this time. Yeah, so it's got a bunch of extra. Oh, is that old? Did I mess that up? I think I messed it up actually. I think it actually did some extra snapshotting. No, it says 1,000. So why did it end up Oh, because 11 is the leader. Okay, it tried. Why did it install it twice though? That's weird. No, at least 3 times. Oh, those are. It's responding to mismatches that have been retransmitted. Okay, that's what that is. So those will be ignored. That's what I should expect to see here. Although I'm not printing out anything there. So there's the initial mismatch. And then it starts receiving, so it says I don't have 204, I don't have 203, I don't have 202, and it keeps going back until it says I don't have 199, and then this leader says, okay, fine. Here's a snapshot all the way up to 199. And so 13 says, okay, I received the snapshot. I'm advancing all the way to 199. And then here it's responding to some retransmits to, what's it, 205. Is it 205? Oh, after the installed snapshot, it's not. Did it not reply at the correct match index? It should have replied saying I have up to 199 now, and so it should try to send 200. Why is it doing 205 though? Anyway, after those two, maybe those are retransmits of some kind. Anyway, the it does receive stuff from 199, 6 entries starting at 199, and then it builds that up. And then these must be retransmits. It's receiving them. So these retransmits should go away when I make the code release build, and I I want to tune the RPC timeouts so that it shouldn't actually ever time out. And it's because the raft algorithm is not making any assumptions about the transport. It's like you could be using UDP, so I might have to retransmit them if they're lost. So anyway, these retransmits are ignored because we already have committed up to 199. And then it says, okay, here's a new one, and then it proceeds like normal. Great. I think I'm ready to commit it. Hey there, Incognition. It's semi-properly running now, exactly. I was getting really worried because, it's been almost 2 hours fixing the last few bugs. I need to come back and clean this up. I'm just happy it's working now. I was able to successfully add server 13. Now I should be able to remove it too, right? Cool. And then I can add it back. Actually, what happens if we add it back? It already has state. It shouldn't actually have to get a snapshot this time. This is maybe a good test. It should catch up right away. Yeah. I don't think it needed a snapshot that time. Let's see. So 13 starts. We have all the way up to 310, so it advanced to 210. So it advanced to 210 right away. We said we don't have 213, we don't have 212, we don't have 211. But then it finally receives all 4 of the ones that's missing from 211, which is basically adding it back in. Right? Oh, these are removing it from the first time it was in and then adding it back. Yeah, okay, cool. So I should be able to remove it, wipe its state completely, and then add it back, and it should get a new snapshot. Let's see if this works. So I removed its state completely. Now we're going to add it back in. So now it should take a little bit longer because it needs to receive a snapshot. And it didn't work. How far did it get? It didn't get very far. Okay. Oh well. Maybe it's just taking a long time. It's trying to install snapshots. It's trying to replay entries, but it's very confused. Oh well. Thought I fixed it. Didn't fix it. It's part of the log, part of the information is in the snapshot and part is in the journal, and it can only send one or the other right now. There's no command to send both. And also new journal entries can be created while the snapshot's being sent, which is probably what's happening. I think this is stuck in some kind of state where it should be adding it to the cluster and it's not. Let me see what's going on. Okay, so 13 starts up. 13 says we have nothing, so keep going back. It goes back for a while. Oh, and it's getting mixed in with retransmits. It's going to get really confused. How many commands is it backing up? I guess it's got to go all the way to the snapshot, which is 199, right? Two, three. I need to fix that. It shouldn't have to retry one at a time. Okay, finally got to 199 and said, okay, here you go. Here's some snapshots. So it lags a little bit here. Okay, received and a snapshot. So it should have been received. Yeah, okay, so we received a snapshot. Oh, it actually got a bunch of entries. Did it just take a long time? No, it never got added in. Does it just not have the latest entries? No, it has them all. It has all of the entries in it. So why did it not get included in the cluster completely? Maybe it did and this is lagging behind. This has happened before. Oh no, 13 doesn't think it is. Why not? No, it is. Oh, that's interesting. So it's just a... Okay, so it's a console problem. If I refresh this, it'll show up. Okay. It actually worked. It was just... I think it's just a race condition in what the admin console is receiving. So the last message it received from 13 was, I only have 3 servers in the cluster. I'm not in it. And it didn't receive the current configuration. Okay, so it worked after a while, but there's a problem with retransmitting and catching up. It's this: when the moment it receives that, it should say, "Well, he doesn't have anything. Let me go all the way back to my snapshot right away." So let me go ahead and implement that, because then that'll prevent this back and forth. What's this difference between a snapshot and a journal? So the journal, the original journal, if you don't do snapshots, has a copy of every state change to the server. So right now, I'm not actually hosting a game. There's very little activity, so there aren't a whole lot of commands. But if you think of every single thing done in the game, every movement, everything that happens being a separate command, this will be generating like in the hundreds or thousands per second. And if you bring a new server online, it has to replay every single command up to the last. That's going to take an enormous amount of time the longer that the game is run. So the idea is you collapse all of the entries into a snapshot, which is just the latest state. What explains it best is Raft white paper. So let me pull that up. If you go to, I have a link to that here. If you go to chapter 7, a very simple example is a journal with 7 entries. A journal log, same thing. So 7 entries, and you replace 1 through 5 with a single object which just records x is 0 and y is 9, and then and then the information about the raft part of it, and then you can drop entries 1, 2, and 4, and you're basically just keeping entries 3 and 5. And if this is thousands or millions of log entries, the snapshot's going to be a lot smaller than the accumulated log. So the idea is to just speed up the replication. If you're replicating to a server that doesn't have any previous state, it's a fast catch-up mechanism. I should have said that first. What's the difference between a journal and a snapshot? A snapshot is much smaller and allows fast catch-up. Yeah, I just said it backwards. Sorry about that. So 13 got the state finally. It just took a long time. Let me check the code in, because it's sort of... It works except for there's some kind of race in the admin console where it's gone now because I hit refresh, but the last thing I saw was 13 current config, only 3 servers instead of all 4, which told it that 13 wasn't in the set yet, so it shouldn't have actually... Let's keep that as a problem for another day. So when a server is added to the cluster, it doesn't always send its most up-to-date configuration to subscribers. This resulted in the server not showing up in the list of servers until the admin console was refreshed. You know what I could include in this? I could have a version number, and I can just, because the other 3 servers are also we're also broadcasting the same configuration. If I had a version number in here, I could just ignore any stale messages. Okay, let me check the code in though. Okay, so this bug was don't install stale snapshots. This is a different one. Okay, let me do the stale. Oh no, let's do the stale snapshot one first. So these lines, stage them, and the blank line. This one, right? Okay, that's just a change in the test expectations. This one though was server. Do not install stale snapshots. Stale snapshot is a snapshot that doesn't cover any more than what we already have committed to the log. And this one is changing this expectation. ilog install snapshot. Change requirements. Install snapshot should clear out log entries. Clear out the log if the snapshot overlaps the log in any way. That's just to keep it simple. We'll rewrite the log from the snapshot base. Okay. Don't know how much of that you guys are picking up, but there's quite a lot of kids yelling in the background. Okay, this is actually doing the snapshot installation. Let me check this one in first. This one made more sense to me. This one, journal. Clear log if, only if snapshot overlaps it. Well, this one is that the snapshot should appear in the journal. Alright, let's check this in separately. This is remove old to do about work done. Okay. Executor. Provide journal with installed snapshots. All right. So I actually had this in my Trello. Let me find it again. I had it in here as a consider. Maybe I didn't have it in here. What's this? Oh, that's performance measurement. Thought I had it in here. This is that's actually the snapshotting thing. We're doing that. No, I don't see it. Could search for it, but I'm not sure what keywords I'm looking for. Match. Well, can't find it. I wrote it down somewhere. I just don't remember where. Maybe it was in a to-do. Hack. That was a hack. I haven't fixed that yet. Oh, is this it? Why is this marked as a to-do? I think I just forgot to remove that, because that's exactly what we're doing down there. Oh, here it is. We need this optimization because there's a lot of round-trip messages because of this. Instead of backing up one, we can back up to the match index. Yeah, let's just do that. But to do that, we need to have a test that checks for that. Replication, I guess? Actually, it'll probably affect an existing test. I probably have a test for this, right? Append older entries after discovering followers behind. That's it. So we put in a term 3 and a term 7. And what is this doing exactly? Oh, this is pretending that the follower said what? Match index of 1. So basically it only has the first entry, it doesn't have the second one. And this is testing, is the second one sent? So let's add a third one. What does become leader do? Alright, can do that. Test master, exactly. Write a test first. So now there are 3 entries in the log. The follower says, I only have one of them. Instead of sending so it'll have sent what? Right now it'll only resend that one, but I wanted to send both of these. So that's still 1 and that's still 3, but this should be 2 and there should be 2 of these. 7 and 8. To match the match index based off of, so the previous log index should match the previous match index. This will fail. I'll have to change the code to make it pass. I wonder if this will break other tests though. Okay, cool. Then the fix is here. Why do I have this greater than 1 thing? Oh, next is the next one to send, and the indices are 1 base, so we should never go to 0. So I should change this to match. Should I just always do that? Yeah. Always do that. Hold on. Not there. Hold on, let me think about this. Actually, this cleans up the code a little bit, right? Because I just do that. No. it doesn't matter if it's successful or not, right? I don't even care if it's a success. Right? It's just that, and then that, and then that. So record the match index. The next one we send is a match index plus 1. If we have at least one entry to send it. So what? I don't need the success flag at all then, right? Yeah. Cool. Now did it break anything else? Okay, it broke reconfiguration somehow. Initialize instance info, add back server that was previously leader. Ooh. This sounds complicated. How did it fail? Oh yeah, it's just sending more. So what are the entries? Let me see if I understand this. So we start off with 5 servers. We're server 2. We're going to remove server 5. So in term 6 is a joint configuration to remove server 5, followed by a single configuration. So basically remove 5, start removing 5, finish removing 5. Oh, and 5 was the leader. So basically server 5 is removing itself from the cluster, and it happens to be the leader. So that means there will be an election timeout. And we are voting for who? Who are we voting for? Cast vote for what does cast vote do? Oh, it's pretending that all the other servers in the new configuration, so 2, 6, 7, and 11 are going to vote for 2. Including itself? Oh no, this has a check. It doesn't vote for itself. So 6, 7, and 11 will vote for it. So 2 will become the new leader. Why do I have that? Oh, that's to finalize it, I think. And we advance some time, and then... Okay, so then the old leader says, hey, I didn't get any messages. It's going to send it the updated log again. Oh, yeah. I changed the code. Instead of rewinding 1, it's going to rewind to whatever it said, so I just need to change that. I guess I can actually change it this way. Okay, cool. It didn't sort that correctly, did it? Okay, I think I changed it. I need to take a quick break, use the restroom. I'll be right back. But I think we're in pretty good shape. I just need to test this on the real server again, and hopefully it doesn't get such chaotic output this time. And then, I don't know. I'm really uncomfortable doing more testing, but I really should. I really should make sure I hammer out all the bugs first before I keep going. But I'll be right back, just a minute or two. Hello. I'm back. Time to check in. Oh, wait a minute. Not here. Raft. Here we go. That's how I should have done it from the start. Okay, so server. Thanks, Nui. Server on let's just say use followers match index to set next index. No need to just back up one message at a time. Just trust them that they know what they're doing. Okay. So restore wipe the server 13 from existence. Goodbye, server 13. And then a couple things in here, right? We're gonna make some snapshots. There is no server 13. And there's no there's no configuration entry for that. Okay. So serve. I run it twice just as a hack way to make sure that the snapshots are, that the journals are small now, that everything is captured in snapshots. And then I can change this to 1,000. So yeah, once again, the original journal being 190 something, 198 entries, somewhere around that. Now it's only 4 entries based on a snapshot. The snapshot records that it has 199 things that went into it. All 3 servers should be around the same point. They independently get to decide where they want their snapshots to start from. So there are slightly different points. And then here's our admin console. We can add in server 13 again. So that happened a lot quicker. I think it's because of the improvement I just made. It shouldn't do a whole lot of retransmits now. Yeah, much cleaner. So where exactly did it start 13? Here's where it launched it. Launch server 13. Yeah, the messages are a little out of order, but that's okay. So from server 13's perspective, it received an append entries for 204. It says, well, I don't have anything. And then what's the next thing? It immediately receives a snapshot to 199. Then what is this? It advances the commit to 199. Okay, so it still tried again to send 204 for some reason. I wonder if that's no, it's not a retransmit, is it? It could be. It could be that this... Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. The next one should be 199, not 204. Why is it doing this 204 business again? It shouldn't be doing that. Why would it do that? I'm guessing because this entry was just created at that point. Anyway, those aside, it does then receive 6 entries starting from 199. So here are the 6 entries. That's 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204. And then I'd received the snapshot retransmitted a couple times. But then after that, it's 205. And then again, 2 from 205, 3 from 205. It must not be. It must be retransmitting. It finally catches up, right? Yeah, it's just slow at the beginning, but it catches up. Yeah. All right. Much cleaner. And the true test would be to remove this and add it a few more times. So it's removed. Add it back. Cool. Added it back. Remove it again. Add it back again. Uh-oh. Is it crashing or something? No, it's stuck or something. What's it doing? Killed. The orchestrator got confused and killed it. Why did it kill it? There's where it... Unable to connect. Well, because you killed it. Of course it can't connect. You killed it. Okay, let's stop the cluster. Because it's still it's appending these over and over and over again. And why did you kill it? Too many diagnostic messages. I have a hard time tracking it. Where did it get launched? I'm really having a hard time tracking this. I shouldn't like have it be the same number every time I add it back in. What happens if I just start the cluster up now? Does this actually launch 13? No, there's some problem with it running. Let's run this from the beginning. It only thinks that there should be 3 servers. But the servers each think there should be a 4th one. For some reason. Why is that? Configuration not get finalized? Is that what happened? No, it got finished. Oh no, it was the remove. The add never got... Okay, that's the problem. We started and it never proceeded. Why didn't it proceed from there? Oh, did it decide to do a snapshot at that point? No, it shouldn't, because it's at 1000, right? That's not it. Let me try to read this. Launch the 3 servers. They all start up. Okay, which server is the leader? 11. Okay, 11 is the leader. So that's the orchestrator trying to connect to 13, but it's not. It didn't launch it. This seems to me to be an orchestrator problem. It's trying to connect to server 13, but it never launched it. It only launched 10, 11, and 12. Become self-aware, yeah. It doesn't want to work. That's weird. Why is it printing that? Is that the problem? Is something wrong with that config file? Did I type the wrong thing in there? What did I type in there? Look, it's already gone. I don't know what I typed in there. Maybe that's the problem, though. Oh, look, that's what it is. Do you see the problem? Local hosts. Local hosts. Okay, it's not local hosts. It's local host. I gotta be real careful then not to have a typo because it's stuck trying to reconfigure, trying to talk to a server that doesn't exist. Yeah. Until it's done, I can't change. There's no way to abort a reconfiguration. It's got to complete before I can move on. So, shoot. Okay. How to manually repair that? I guess what I do is I just destroy the new config. And then in each of these journals, I wipe it to that point. Or I could repair it, actually. I can go to local hosts and just repair it with a T. What if I do that? I have to go to all the journals and do that, though. Local hosts. Local host. And now start it up. Is that all I need to do? There's a new config. Did I need that in here? Yeah, I need a new config as well. New config. I actually don't know if this will repair it. I'm just kind of curious, though. All right. Oh, let's see. Well, YOLO, right? What's the worst that could happen? It just doesn't work, right? Oh, actually, it brought it up. That worked. Do a DNS check lookup before accepting. Yeah, or I could just make Raft even more complicated and have like an abort configuration change. Or I could just be very careful before I do that. I need to think about that. Think about the best way to deal with potential mistakes in configuring a new server. Well, anyway, I'm glad it wasn't a problem with the code I just wrote. So I should be able to remove it and add it back in. Localhost. Make sure I spelled everything correctly. All right, add it back in. There it is. It's coming up line. Okay, and now just for the heck of it, let's add localhost 85. I need 2. There's 85. We have server 85. Rollback. Yeah, well, I had this on my Trello to have like a journal repair tool. Maybe that's I should include it in that. Because if it ever happens, worst case is the whole game crashes, and in order to bring it back up, I have to go repair all the existing servers' journals simultaneously. So maybe I'll roll it into that, some kind of rollback. So any kind of error on my part, including a typo in a configuration, if I had a way to roll it back conveniently with a tool, maybe that's all I really need. Yeah, I need to think about it more. Anyway, look, we have a 5-server cluster. Isn't this cool? Let's remove these servers I don't need. And then one more test. Let's blow away the state for 13. And I guess while we're at it, we'll delete 85. And let's add 13 back in there. But let's give it a different... Well, no. I want to keep the same port numbers because otherwise I get bugged by the Windows firewall about it. There we go. It took longer than I thought. Why did it take long? Maybe it just seemed like it took a while. Oh, probably because the snapshot interval is too long now for it being a debug build. Yeah, probably. Because it's a debug build, it takes a while to replay all these messages. Especially these ones. These are really huge. These are like 2,000 characters long. Each one of those lines. Oh, that leads me to the next thing I was going to do, right? I need to not allow snapshots during configuration, because that would really suck. So I guess we're moving on to that now. Let's clear off all of the state. Actually, I don't have to restore anymore, right? I can just remove that. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. I have the configuration, right? I can save that. Open it. Change the snapshot interval back to 10. And then, where is it storing this? Downloads. Okay, so then upload it. So that's downloads config 3. So now it should snapshot things. I need to make a command. So I'll add it back in for a second. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Specifically what I don't want to do. Huh. Never noticed that before. Could you force a snapshot before adding or removing a server so you have a clean point? That's probably a good idea. That's a great idea, actually. Because then it's much quicker. You know what I should just do? I should boot up the player console while I'm... Just a convenient way of making new journal entries. Just logging in creates a journal entry. So what I was doing just now was I updated the configuration, just changing the snapshot interval. So that should have gone out to all the servers. I did that right. I look at any server, and its config file should have snapshot interval 10. So it won't actually do a snapshot. Actually, I guess it did. Oh, it did because the configuration application is a command. Cool, and they all generate a snapshot simultaneously. Actually, that's not bad. I'm glad that worked. I should see that at the end here, right? Yep, they all made snapshots. They all made it at the same point, too. Because they are all more than 10 entries. Great. So it works. So just to check, I can do that again, right? I can just say new, same config. There we go. All right, I didn't need the player console. Okay, cool. I'm glad it's all working. Let's check it in now that it's working. Oh, I guess it is checked in. I can never remember if I actually checked in everything or not. All of these errors were when it couldn't connect, right? Yeah, connection refused. I should catch that, shouldn't I? I should turn that into some kind of either a warning or just log it somewhere somehow differently. Because at least while I'm testing, I'll frequently take it down. I don't really want it to show up as an error. Okay, so we're going to not allow snapshots during reconfiguration. So that's actually not too hard to make a test case for, because I already have a test case for reconfiguration. I can just set the snapshot interval very low and make sure it doesn't break. Where is that? Raft, right? Test source over test reconfiguration. Let's go to the top. Do not crash when committing single config followed by no op. Actually, it's sort of like this. We'll say do not make snapshot. During reconfiguration. Actually, hold on, let me think about this. Raft doesn't know about the reconfiguration command. That's a game command, not a Raft command. So I might have to have a dependency injection again, like a function we can call to ask the user of Raft, can we make a snapshot now? Yeah, there's start, reconfiguration, finish. So between start and finish, we shouldn't allow it. So yeah, let's make a dependency. So do not make snapshots. Let's see. So it has nothing to do with reconfiguration. Let's just delete that. Part of replication. Not install snapshot. Look at the names again. Where's make snapshot? Do I not have that here? Oh, it's not a Raft thing at all. That's why I'm confused. Raft doesn't make the decision to make snapshots. That's the executor. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Too many components in my server. Get confused. Make snapshot. There it is. So let's copy this test. And we'll call it do not make snapshot during reconfiguration. So a snapshot interval of 1, so that's pretty much as strict as we can make it. So I need to add very specific commands. So let's bookmark there, and then is it configuration test? Is that where I have it? No. Coordinator tests. Config. Start reconfiguration. None of these actually manufactures one. Kind of want to just manufacture it. Like, I guess I can use this. But maybe not. Those don't actually make them, do they? Okay. I guess this is what I want, right? And it's when they're committed where we make the decision to snapshot or not. So it's not this. Don't actually care about this, do I? I don't care about any of this. Actually, we shouldn't have any snapshots at all. So that's the assertion. Expect equal to 0. Snapshots size. Or no, do we want to when the finish is committed, then we can allow a snapshot. So maybe I do want to keep this in there. So between each step will be one of these commands. So there's a start reconfiguration. And then at this level, the executor only really cares about start and finish. So I'll make a finish. And between them, we'll grab how many snapshots were made. And I have to wait a worker loop before I do that. Okay, so wait a worker loop. How many snapshots were made? Make a start reconfiguration. Make it a new entry and commit it. Then see how many snapshots were made. Then make a finish reconfiguration. I forget what finish needs. Log index, okay, so that would be a 1. And journal entry we already have. So then we publish and commit that one, and how many snapshots are made. So we should have 3 of them, and I expect 0, 0, 1, right? So no snapshots initially, no snapshot made on start, and then finally a snapshot made when we finish. And that's all I really care about. I don't care about the actual contents of the snapshot at all. That's what I want to see. Run that. It fails. It's 0, 1, 2. Right, so now to change the code. Executor. Let's find where, oh, here's where we make the decision. No, that's not where we make the decision. It's where this is set to true. Here. So it's when something is committed. If we're not making a snapshot and it's time to make a snapshot, and let's have a helper here. Not reconfiguration in progress. Okay, and let's define that somewheres. Put it anywhere here, right? I just put it here for now. Determine whether or not typing today. The game cluster is currently undergoing a configuration change. Okay. All right, so the way I've done this before, and it was to ask the journal if there's any entries following. It was like this, so shared, are we already in the shared? So it's log, journal? No, where is it? Okay, I don't know what context we're in. Hold on a second. Sorry about that, I had light issues. All right. Oh, interesting. I don't actually store the journal in the shared data structure. Well, that's a problem. I need it there, so. Well, hold on. I can just have a cache of this. So I don't actually need this. Although I guess I could keep it. No, I'm gonna make it into a variable. That's what I'll do. So that variable will go near one of these other variables. Let's put it here. This indicates whether or not game cluster is currently undergoing configuration change. All right. Okay, do I already have an executor for start? I do. I already have one. Okay, good. This is the place where I want to set it. So we just set it here, right? Or wait a minute, what is this? Okay, so sometimes it's ignored. But it's only to do these things which are writing files. So I can just set it to true here. Shared, right? No, it already is in the shared. So I just need one for finish. So I do have one. There we go. Finish. So that's false. There we go. Maybe it's that simple. If it's that simple, I'll be real happy. Let's see. Nope. Oh, didn't make one at all. Oh, right, because... well... Hold on, it should have made it. It depends on the order in which things are done. It does run it first. Right there. Okay, why didn't it get to there? Let's see. Because the error was it never made any snapshots. It should have made it should have made one when that's executed. Which it's executed there, right? Actually, I'll see that. If I go here and that gets executed. Debug. It never executed it? Interesting. Why did it not execute them? That's the start, right? Yeah, that's start. And this, which one is this one? It's also start. I mess up the test? Oh, I did. Look at that. Copy paste is evil, my friends. Copy paste is evil. All right. Cool. Gonna remove all those breakpoints now. All right. So it should not make a snapshot during reconfiguration now. That just avoids a whole slew of potential problems. Executor. Prohibit snapshot creation during reconfiguration. All right, I'm just trying to get through the original today's plan. The last thing was to handle email correctly. All right, so the executor doesn't actually execute emails right now. Qmail doesn't do anything, which is a problem. It's this one that actually does the work. Oh, that's an old to-do. We can get rid of that. Actually, this is doing a lookup. Is that okay that we do that? I think so. It's always looking ahead and not looking back. This was to prevent it from sending the email twice if it replays the log. I think I just want to move all this code into the executor. There's no reason for the coordinator to do this. Right? Because this mail queue is just sampled later. Right, it's sampled here at this point. Oh, I know what the problem was. There's no threading protection here. Does it matter? I don't think it matters because the executor. No, it does matter. This is being run from the worker thread. Okay, yeah. That's the problem. So I think I need to promote this to a real object with threading protection for this map. Hey there, Jalmega. Welcome back. I got the snapshotting working. All the bugs worked out. And now I'm making sure that emails are queued in the snapshots correctly. I'm also trying to think how I would test this. I guess I would do it by trying to reset my password twice with like a nice rate limit on it. So it should send the first one and then queue the second one and not send it and then cause a snapshot to happen. Then I should see it in the snapshot. Okay, first we're going to promote this mail queue to be a real class with an accessor so that it's thread safe. All right, so that means we need to have its own unit tests, right? So I can pick anything here out of the unit tests, right? Let's pick journal tests, duplicate that, and call it mail. Oh, wait a minute, I had a mail queue test. Never mind. Delete that. It already had tests. Serialize. Wait a minute, hold on. Is this the same thing? Pin that, please. Oh yeah, serialize, deserialize. Okay, so we already have unit tests. Just testing the serialization and cloning. Okay. So in addition, let's have one for adding an email to the queue and removing one. And I guess sampling. What will we need to do actually? We need to queue. We need to iterate, and what is this doing? Why did I do it this way, actually? Why am I iterating through when it's a map? I don't know why I did it that way. This is dumb. Okay. This is just Q, DQ, what else did I do? Check if it's, so the rate limit. So there's the overall rate limit check. And then there's processing it. So how do we want to do this? I could break up the work a little bit, right? The mail queue could do this check itself. So I could basically loop through all mails that can be sent. And we send them, right? Yeah, we send them with the send mail. And do I use the index at all? I do use the index, okay. And if we always do that, I can have the function that gives it to us do that for us. And we're only going to do, yeah, we have that early return. Because we only want to get one of them. So really, I don't need to loop through it at this level at all. I just want to like get the next one to send it. And then the send always DQs it. Always advances that. Yeah, okay, I think I know what I want. So let's make commands for what I want. So I want Q. I want DQ. And then actually that could be built into that. So this is not DQ, it's try DQ. Try DQ. Yep, and was there something else I wanted here? Oh, okay. So it's not actually DQ'd at this point. So it's try process and then DQ. Hey there, Imperi. Vera iron protection. Okay. What's Vera mean? Is that a word? No, we can't start inventing words now, can we? Veritable. How about veritable? Veritable iron protection. Oh, Vera is a name? Okay. Alright, I'll accept it. How are you doing, Imperi? I'm fixing a design flaw in my game in that now that I have state snapshots, the mail queue is never stored in there because that is just dumb the way I designed it. I should just keep this up for anyone who joins in. So before, I would keep track of the state of the game through the series of commands, and it would just build from the beginning of time all the way to the current time. Now what we're doing is just holding on to the last n number, so it's just the last one here, and everything else gets collapsed into like a snapshot of the state at the end of the accumulation of all the all the log entries before it. So this says the last index of the log that went into this snapshot is 267. So this snapshot was built from 267 changes. And then the journal now is just everything from that snapshot on. And then at regular intervals, we will make a new snapshot. That's why there are these serial numbers here. So like the previous snapshot built from where? 199, right? And the one before that, 183. So each time we take the current journal and snapshot and rename them to whatever the game journal generation number is, and then start a new one. And so that when we have to boot up a new server that has no copy of the state, the cluster, all it just needs to do now is transmit the latest snapshot and then any entries based on that latest snapshot. So I worked the last 5 days getting that working and fixed up the last bugs today. And then sort of a low priority bug is that this mail is always empty because the game state actually never records the fact that things go in or out of this queue. It's all I cheated in the component that actually sends email. It's done in the cache and not in the actual data structure. Yeah, everything's going fine now. I was worried before because the bugs I was running into were kind of difficult, and my Raft implementation. So for anyone who didn't see it earlier, I have an implementation of this Raft consensus algorithm. It's really complicated, and my code is really messy, and it's painful for me to work on it. I've tried to refactor it a couple times. I still need to go back and refactor more, but like, yeah, it's pretty painful still. So I'm glad that it's working. That I'm done with it for now, and I'm moving on to moving the logic that processes the queue into the data structure, which actually takes care of serializing for snapshots. So this is the actual code that snapshots the email queue. It didn't have these methods to actually put things in and out of the queue, so it was always serializing an empty list, essentially. So I need to fix that. All right. Queue, try process, and DQ are the ones I want. I separate DQ into these two parts because essentially our server could crash before we even send the mail. DQ is the formal marker that we actually did send the mail. So if we queue the mail and then later we say, okay, it's time to send it, we try to send it. If we're in the middle of sending it and we crash, we'll boot back up. It's still in the queue, so we'll try to process it again. And then if we've managed to process it and send it, we'll append a DQ event to remove it from the queue, and then it won't actually try to process it again. That's the idea here. All right, so queue. The arrangement is to just make a mail queue? No, that's a queue mail. What does that do? That's actually what I want. So that's actually the act. There's no arrange. And the assert is that it's in the queue, right? I guess we can use serialize. That's a way we can... Yeah. I can leverage serialize, so I can just do this. Why is there an extra space there? I don't know. So when we queue a mail, we should get... Actually, does... Those test each other. Maybe I don't need a special test for queue because serialize. So let's just make this combine queue and serialize. I don't need this test. But I will steal this out of it for try process. That's the arrange part. So I don't need this test actually. Actually, let me move these to the end. So queue and serialize, deserialize, clone, those all we test first, and then we test try process. So the X will be const auto mail one command is mail queue try process. Oh, this doesn't actually queue it. Oh shoot, I messed up. Yeah, okay, I messed it up. So this really is serialize only. It doesn't actually queue anything. This actually just manually puts it in there. Alright, so I need to change. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm removing direct access anyway, so that will be the case. I can't do that anymore. These serial numbers, should we have the mail queue pick it for us? Oh no, they're the log indices of the command, so they need to be passed in. Okay, so let's just update this then. Mail queue dot queue 16 mail 1 85 mail 2. How do we set that? I'm going to encapsulate that into the queue, so how do I set that? Actually, does the mail queue care? Maybe that's just another method I call. Yeah, something like this. Mail queue set time next email may be sent. Right, because I want that to be in the state, so it's just going to be a getter setter. Okay. I guess I'm putting these numbers in here manually then. Yeah, because I can't get it back out. Well, actually, if I just have another test for this part of it and call it get set time next email may be sent. I have to keep in mind that there are 2 rate limits also. I know. They're yelling in the background. There's nothing I can do about it. It's actually friends of my kid. They're not very quiet. I apologize. Where am I doing this determination? Go throw them out, yeah? That's true. Send them to work. Put them to work, right? All the beating. All right. Right, there's a sender. Okay, that Okay, so it's a little bit, so the try process is a little bit different. I think I need to pass in a function? Yeah, okay, and I know what I can do. So we don't need this stuff. This is just act, the assert. Should I go tell them that people on the internet want me to beat you guys up for being loud? Mail queue, get time, next email may be sent. Let's just, I know what I'll do. We'll sample it twice. So const auto sample 1 is that, sample 2 is that, and that's sample 2. Sample 1, we'll just expect the default is 0. Okay, that's one thing. And then the next thing I want to have is actually it'll be part of process. I have this. Let me move these back up here. Actually, no, I changed my mind. I'm very indecisive today. If you haven't noticed. So that's a getter and setter for that variable. The queue now goes through there, and I'm just setting that because I want to see it come out there. Deserialize should get everything back out. Okay, that I can't get direct. I won't be able to get directly anymore. I need to go call that function to get it. Here it is. Oh, and I can't do that anymore. Shoot, how am I gonna test dequeue? I mean deserialize. If serialize tests queue, maybe dequeue can test deserialize? I don't know. And then the clone has the same kind of problem, doesn't it? The clone has to be set up the same way that this is setting it up. Clone set it up the same way. That has a getter. See, it's just this stuff I won't have direct access to emails anymore. That's the whole point. I think I will do the try process second. I want to order these based off of like the order in which things test other things. These test each other in a sense. Then we test try process, which will have the same setup as this one. And then try process test deserialize. Actually, maybe I can... Maybe I'll gang these up together too. So that's queue and serialize, deserialize, and process. That makes sense. So it's not really an assert, is it? It's part of the act. I need to try to process them. So const auto mail 1 equals mail queue try process. And I need to pass in a function that's given the time, right? So because I want to encapsulate this logic here. Looking up the player and finding out, doing the player specific rate limit. Let's just say no rate limit for now. And then I'll make a special test case for rate limit. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, no rate limit. So no rate limit is just a function. It's const auto capturing nothing. It's going to be given the sender and returning the time. So const standard string sender. Actually, it's not returning a time. It's returning a boolean, right? Return. So no rate limit would just be return true always. And I don't need a name there. Let's do that. So try process, no rate limit. And then we have to do a DQ. Deserialize, try process, and DQ. I don't want to reuse mail 2, so how about mail 1 out? Mail 2 out? Alright, between those two, I have to say mail q dot DQ. 16. Oh, did I forget? No, they're in here. Right, they're in there. DQ 16. Right, they're in clear order, right? Actually, wait a minute. No, I put them into a map, so they'll be sorted by the key is the log index, so they're in order. Okay, so DQ 16, DQ 85. That makes me think I need some other tests here. How about DQ key not found? We need a test case for that? It doesn't actually matter. Just DQ. No, DQ is tested up here. So I don't need a special test for DQ. Hey there, Witzer. Whitmog. Whitmog is Witzer? Indeed, you changed your name on the 31st. How are you doing? And I missed some stuff from Ann Perry. Oh, you guys were getting a little dark there, huh? No, I would never do that, Ann Perry. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so if you're coming in now, Whitmog/Witzer, I am changing the mail queue. Right now, it's a simple structure, and I'm going to make it into a class and encapsulate this stuff because I need it to participate in the construction of game state snapshots correctly. And right now, it doesn't participate. It's a dumb structure, so need it to participate. So I'm taking all the logic that it was formerly affecting the mails and time for the last email to be sent and putting that into the queue. New methods queue, try process, and DQ. So I suppose we'll do a process. It should be empty, right? No email. So we're removing this 2, and instead the mail 1 out is going to be what? Actually, when I DQ it, it's got to be 2 things, right? So I should just return both of those things, shouldn't I? So let's just make it a pair. So expect equals 16 for mail 1 out dot first, and expect I'm being distracted by kids playing hide and seek nearby. Actually, they will be these objects, right? So I can expect them directly. So mail whale 1 should be mail out 1 second. Witzermog? Okay. I'll have to call you Witzermog. No, I'm just kidding. It's just when you say I am Witzer, it's like, should I call you Witzer or should I say Whitmog? I will go with Whitmog since you changed your name for a reason. Okay, I think I know what to do here. I was looking at sender, but I don't need to look at sender. They should actually be the exact entries, right? Oh, wait a minute, no, we're deserializing. Why am I doing this arrange then? Oh, I'm only using them to encode. Okay, so I do need, okay. I do need this. I need to do this. Sender, because they're not the same object. They're different objects. Okay, I got it. And then what should I get out for the last one? It should be 0. That's going to be my convention. If try processes, there's nothing to process, it will be 0. And it'll be null pointer. There we go. That's what I'm going to expect. Clone. Try process rate limit. So there, let's make some emails. Queue them. That'll be the arrange. So the act will be, let's make a delegate that only will pull out one of them. How does it work now? Alright, it goes by sender. So the sender, do I have a sender? Sender's monkey. Well, I can modify it before that's what I'll do. I'll modify it before I have it go in there. Oh, no, I am modifying it. Okay, never mind. Okay. Let's pick up this part, paste, and let's pretend we've rate limited Alex. So that means I would so rate limit Alex. So here I do need the sender. So it'd be basically return sender is not equal to Alex. So I expect to get mail 2. But really, I don't get those at all, right? Should get mail 2. And then DEQ mail 2. And then there should be no email. So that's exactly what I'm going to check. There we go. All right. Unit tests are done. To get them to compile, I got to make a lot of changes to the interface. Okay, first change is it's going to be a class. Properties are going to be encapsulated, so similar to what I did for the mod queue. It's going to have lifecycle methods instead, and a constructor if it didn't already have one. Didn't. Okay, so I'm not going to delete those yet. I'm going to go to the source for mod queue. I need the mutex, that's for sure. And then let's pin that and go to mail queue. So mail queue as its impl. It needs mutex. And we're going to move the old properties there. All right, and then mod queue becomes mail queue. Okay. And then pimple pattern. This stuff gets copied down to here. Methods goes away. So far, so good. Mod queue has has this stuff. So mail queue needs the same thing. I love that multi-cursor thing. Okay, so now these have been moved into impl. That's the pimple pattern. Okay. Now to add the missing methods, need the getter and the setter. The double, right? And the setter. Return MS deal. This. Return the time, and then return. Okay. And then setter's basically the same. This is the time. Okay. So those go here. That one and that one. Put the class in front. Alright, and I need to start using the mutex because this is going to be shared between two objects. Let's do the same thing the mod queue does, just a lock guard in front of all the public methods. Serialize, deserialize, clone, they all get a lock. Actually, everything gets a lock. This one is just returning it. This one is setting it. Alright, next. Q is next. Q. It's a size t index and a shared pointer to a commands realm Q mail command, right? Put those on their own lines. I'm hungry. It must be, oh, it's only 3 hours, 20 minutes, and I'm already hungry? Got another 40 minutes before I can eat. You can call him Gel, if he's gonna call you Witty. Are we going by nicknames now? So, what's next? Try process. Here's a complicated one. This is gonna return a pair, right? And it's given a function of some kind. What are we going to name this function? How about selecting visitor? Could I explain the lock guard? Sure. So this mutex is just from the standard library, right? If I didn't have that, the equivalent of this would be we can't just return it. If we want to hold the mutex while sampling this variable, we would have to first make a copy of it like this. So const auto return value, and then return it, right? And in between, we'd have to get the lock, so it would be impl mutex lock, and then unlock. So what the lock guard does is it takes its argument and locks it in the constructor, and then in the destructor calls unlock. So it's equivalent of doing that with one other trick I did here. So these two lines are equivalent if I do standard mutex, right? Lockguard is a template. It needs to know the type of the argument. And in C++11, the type deduction for template arguments doesn't work. I think in C++20 you can just do that. but I can't do that in C++11, and I haven't updated yet, so I had to do that. So to avoid having to know the type, like if I went here and changed the type to like recursive mutex, I'd have to go back and change it here too. So to avoid having to do that, I just use decal type. Oh, what happened? It jumped me around. I just use decal type. Decal type just, it's like size of, it's like a built-in operator for the compiler. It just says go to this variable and find out what its type is and replace this with that type. So these two lines are equivalent now. Does that make sense? So it lets me, and then since these two lines are right in front of each other, I can just fold them together and just do that. The poor man's type of. It's the C++ type of. I don't know about poor man's. Yeah. So I think because of this being so complicated looking, in the latest standard, they allow the template's argument type to be deduced, because if you say that lock's constructor takes a t argument, and then you provide a concrete t, or you provide an object whose type is t, then it'll fill in the type of the template automatically. I can't do that. If I tried it right now, I believe it will not compile. It says it requires a template argument, right? So in C++20, I think it doesn't require it because it's typed. It deduces the type for you. But until then, you have to give it the type, and decal type is my little trick. Type of is more descriptive than decal type. Yeah, I don't know why they use decal type. Maybe, like, they should have had type of, right? But type of is not a reserved word. It might be that that was just a reserved word. You know what it probably was? I bet there's a lot of code out there that has this as a variable name, and they didn't want to break that code. So they went through and they found, oh, no one's using the symbol decal type, so let's just make that a reserved word. I bet you that it went something like that. That's the problem with old languages, is that you can't just make new reserved words. It has to be something no one's using. Yeah, you could do that, but then no, you better not be using the symbol type of for anything else. Yeah, so I could do this, like you're saying. And I can say type of. Sure, I can do that. That'll work. Isn't there a compile? Yeah, up here. Yeah, so it's fine with that. But I'm used to seeing that, so yeah. Alright. Next. The function, I haven't given it a type yet. Correct. Selecting visitor. Let's first document this. Oh, and I didn't document Q either. Oh, makes me think I should make a type for that. Let's make a type for that. So, here, types. Using, what are we going to call it? Mail command? Mail? How about just mail? This is really the mail. This is not the complete thing, right? This is one piece of it. Should I have some parity between these two also? In other words, if this is its own type as well. If that's what really mail is, then this part of it is the part without the index, so that's maybe the mail body. Like this. This is the object which... Body's not the right word. How about we'll call that mail. And we'll call this one mail with index. I like that better. This is the object which represents, which is used to represent a mail to be sent by the server. Type def, all the strings, exactly. Yeah, I try to avoid macros though. That's why I even call the header file where I have a lot of macros, I call it the evil macros.hpp. Right. This type is used to hold a mail to be sent by the server along with the index where that mail, the index in the game journal, where that mail was originally queued. That's what we'll say. I think I will have some parity here. I'll call this mail with index. And I'll just have this returned here. And then I can fold that to one line. Macros are useful, yeah, but they can be evil. You gotta be careful. So really this is put the given mail into the mail queue to be sent later. This is the mail to be queued along with the index in the game journal of when the mail, in which when the command was made to queue the mail. All right, try process. Return the next mail to be sent that passes the test given, or not given, the test passes the test what am I trying to say here? Trying to say it in the correct English. Return the next mail to be sent that passes the test, not given, made by the given visitor. This is the visitor pattern. I kind of like the visitor pattern. Visitor pattern is where you give an object to another object, and the who you're giving it to ends up taking the object given and having it visit every element of some internal structure. That's why it's called visitor. So this visitor is going to be visiting every email in the mail queue, and based on what it returns, it governs like what the try process returns. So in other words, the selecting visitor is going to choose which email is next to be sent based off of the sender and you know, their rate limit. Oh, we're playing with macros again, are we? This is the visitor used to test mails in the queue to select the next mail to be sent or processed. Let's try process the right word. Really, it should be select, shouldn't it? Yeah, let's make it select. Return the next mail, return the first mail that passes the test made by the given visitor. Administrated? How about administered by the given visitor? Actually, that means I want to change this a little bit. It's not that it's given a string, it should just be given the entire mail, shouldn't it? So that is mail queue. Is that the type of this thing? It's realm server mail queue. Realm server mail queue, mail with index. Const, right? Sure. So that's the full type of what the visitor is given. So that down here, it's not just the sender, it's the mail with index. So it's return mail with index dot second sender not equal to Alex. There we go. All right. Good. Why did it not like? Oh, because this is okay. So this is realm server. Actually, can I use the initializer list of pair? I think I can. Be sneaky. Look at that. Be sneaky with initializer lists. Same thing here. Sneaky initializer list syntax. Okay. Just get the type right. So selecting visitor. Using selecting visitor, and this needs function all. Hold on. Kids knocked down my box of quarters. Now they're picking it up. All right, function. It's going to return a Boolean, and it's going to be given a male with index const. Male with index. I can put that all in one line, right? This is the type of function passed to the select method to select a desired email, desired mail from the queue. Mail with index. This is the mail and mail along with its journal index, along with the journal index, along with the index in the game journal where that mail was originally queued. That should be tested. Should be tested to determine whether or not it should be selected. Return. Indication of whether or not the mail should be selected is returned. All right. I'm in this habit of reading out what I'm writing. I don't know if that's a good thing to do or not. I think I just feel uncomfortable not saying something for a long time and just typing. So I'm like, I'll fill in the silence with just reading what I'm writing. All right. So just DQ is missing. DQ. That just removes and doesn't return anything. So we should just put it with Q. Remove. Okay, I'll try to do it without speaking it. It doesn't feel right. I'll just type again. Remove a mail from the queue. The parameter index. This is the index of the, well, what is it exactly? This is what it is. This is the index in the game journal of when the command was made to queue the mail. That should now be dequeued. There we go. Okay. That's a lot of new functions. I already did those two, so we're adding queue. You like that I fill the silence? Okay, I'll continue to fill the silence. It's just someone played it back to me the other day, and it felt weird to listen to myself. And I'm like, is that the right thing to just be reading what I'm writing? Okay, I'm gonna do a tricky thing here. So normally you'd have to do something like that, but I don't like repeating that mail queue twice. So what I can do is I can say auto, and use this alternative syntax where you put the return value on the right side, and then I don't need to repeat the scope because it's within the scope of that. It's sort of like if you're reading it left to right, once you invoke that scope, now you don't need to repeat it anywhere else in the line. So I don't need to say it here, and I don't need to say it there. So let's just have it return, what? A mail with index, so use initializer list, so 0 null pointer. And this is just to get it to compile. Oh, this is old. Hey there, 85 filter. How's it going? Were you able to get your audio plugin stuff set up? Hopefully you ran through some tutorials and you got like a hello world type of audio filter in whichever framework. I had like, you had asked about what frameworks or libraries are out there to make audio plugins, and I came up with 2 off the top of my head, Juice and Max MSP. And you're going to try out Juice, I thought, right? You did tinker with it a bit yesterday? Problem is you have no idea where to start? Oh, I see. Yeah, they're both C++. Yeah, that's a problem. I wish I knew one that wasn't in C++. DOS blue screen? Yeah. If anyone knows about any audio plugin libraries or frameworks that are not in C++, I think 85 filter might still be looking. Like digital audio workstation kind of things, right? Alright, so yeah, clone has this old code. I need to update it to the new code. Actually, the only way to inspect it is to dequeue it, right? So to do this stuff. Yeah, I think we need to repeat this. Do I have a blank line in there? I do. So this is all together. I suppose we can put this in there. Well, no. Let's put it at the front, and then there we go. So we extract them out, and we see that we got them out. Okay, that makes sense to me. Actually, I think I would like that line up there. Shouldn't try to save while I'm building code. Get compiler. Oh, no, it's not having anything to do with that. What's the error? This one. Oh, right. Yeah, all this code is now broken. Okay, see ya, Jalmega. Oh, the tooling and environment for the window? I thought that they had a hello world example that you could start from. The Visual Studio community is not that big. They have an installer that's really small, and then you run the installer and you pick what you want. So if you pick just the minimal things you need, it's not 38 gigs, it's pretty small. Do you even need to use Visual Studio? I thought they had like a build system generator built into Juice. You could like use GCC if you wanted. But yeah, they've improved Visual Studio Installer a lot. Now you install this like very small installer, and then you pick what you want. And you just turn off all the things and then turn on what you want. Okay, I have to change this to make it compile, so... So this is mail queue. Q index command, right? One thing at a time here. Make the red line go away, and then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, this one... Right, I had determined earlier that this loop really didn't need to loop because it's really just checking this, it's looking by key. So I can just say, oh, wait a minute, it's conditional. So let's have dequeue return a Boolean. We'll fix it that way. So DQ, do I have a test for DQ? It's part of here. So that's here, right? So const auto mail 1 DQ'd. Mail 2 DQ'd. So that goes here, right? Expect true. These I don't care about, right? Okay. Cool. So mail Q return DQ returns the bool now. An indication of whether or not the mail was removed from the queue is returned. Cool. Yeah, we had a lot of fun making digital audio workstation plugins with Juice. Mostly because the guy I was working with really was into Mac, and the rest of my team was into Windows, and so we picked a framework where we could compile for both. And so Juice was a nice cross-platform audio plugin system. Not only does it process the audio, but it also supports the GUI stuff as well. Yeah, it should work on Linux too. I don't think we ever tried, but I think it does work. I don't remember what GUI framework it uses under the hood. It has its own framework, so it's got to be based on something else. Maybe Qt or something. Here it is. Bool. Return true for now. Actually, it means I should have a test that when we DQ it. So let's have it built in here. Twice. And 1 twice. And we'll make sure it can't be DQ'd twice. Cool. I'll have to maybe get that installed myself, because it's been about a year since I played with it. So if you have any questions, I might need to get refamiliarized. Okay, the code that's using it. So, okay, this reduces down to if it returns true when I'd say mail q dq command log index. Then print out that message. And that's it. Go a little bit further. All right. So this is now a get. And this one is going to do a select, right? So const auto next mail to send equals mail queue. What is it? Select. And then I need a visitor. So I don't know what I need yet. But I know the argument it's going to get. It's the mail with index. And that is a mail queue, mail with index. Qt. I was just speculating that the Juice framework might use Qt as the GUI implementation. So JUCE is what we're talking about, JUCE. And for example, when you build out for Windows, it just makes Win32 windows. And on the Mac, I think it uses Cocoa. I couldn't remember on Linux if it used Qt or something else. Maybe it just uses raw X windows for all I know. What add-on do I use? A couple different add-ons. So I use C++ for IntelliSense, like it says, debugging and code browsing. For the tools, I use a combination of CMake and then tool chain. So once you install CMake tools, you get to pick your tool chain based off of what it detects, and I use Visual Studio Community for that. So I have a video that I made for YouTube that goes over the setup of this and also setting up for test-driven development with Google Test. It eventually will make another one with an alternative to CMake because a lot of people don't like CMake, but I have to find some time to do that. So using Premake or something else. There are lots of plugins. So if you don't like CMake and you like some other kind of build system, there's probably a plugin for it. Look, why do I need to reload? Okay, that makes me scared that there's an update. Let's update later after the stream. Yeah, there's probably extensions out there for whatever build system you want. So I happen to use CMake with Visual Studio Community. All right. The selector has to have the code in here that does this stuff. Right? So that's going to go into here. And continues become return falses. And then return true there. So that means I'm going to need to capture impl. Can I just capture this? That'll be easy. Because it's, the select won't hold on to this function object, so it's safe to select this, to capture this in the function object we pass. Then it becomes easier. So then it's not command sender, it's mail with index second sender. It looks like I need to capture now also. Now. So let me get rid of these red squigglies. Just because they were annoying me. So after we select, it's basically if it's not null, right? So if next mailed to send dot second is not null, then we can send it. So it is all this stuff without any return. And instead of command, it's this one. Actually, I guess we can, in both places, we can recover the command, right? So const auto command equals mail with index second. Then make it a little bit easier. And then I can do the same thing down here. Only this is called next mail to send. And then rebuild, and we should be good, right? Down to here. Okay, so we don't plus equals. Instead, we're going to call set. And then get plus the period. And then that index is next mail to send first. Let's do that, and then I don't have to change the code. Cool, I believe it's linking now. So I can run the tests, and it's going to fail because I didn't actually implement any of these methods. They don't do anything, so this is all part of test-driven development. Write the test first, get it to compile and link without any implementation, and then you run it to make sure it fails in the correct way, and then you go implement it. So none of these work anymore. They're all throwing exceptions or otherwise failing. Clone should have worked, though. Why didn't clone work? Oh, clone depends on... So we need to get queue and serialize working because the other tests depend on it. Right, so there's no email in there. Let's fix that first. So that's queue. Queue is, all these need to grab the mutex because they might be called from different threads, and we're synchronizing the threads together here. So once we're in the critical section, To queue, it's just to insert it, right? Mail with index first. Actually, if it's compatible, I can just do an insert. Right? I can just do mail with index. I think I can just do that. So that works. Cool. So then I can just run those again. Because queue and serialize works, so the next one I guess would be deserialize or clone. Deserialize. Oh no, that's select. This one depends on select working, so let's get select working. Select is crashing. Probably because it's not implemented. Let's see though. Where is the structured exception handler thrown? Yeah, but where? There? That's a strange spot. Oh. Yes, this is probably null. Yeah, okay, that's why. Okay, good. That's sort of what I expected. It's returning null always. We can't allow that. So it has to have the loop here now. So for const auto mail in impl emails. If, then here's where we invoke the visitor. If selecting visitor, and then we have to construct, I think it just pass mail. Then return mail. That's because this type mail with index perfectly matches what you get when you iterate that map. So it just works out. Select is still failing. Okay, why? Why is mail failing? 190. Oh, because DQ has to work. So let's do DQ next. DQ. That's easy. It's just we don't... Actually, we do care. We're going to return what we get back when we ask emails to erase the index. I wish it wouldn't clear out my results like that from the previous run. Oh look, it works. Everything works. It wasn't so hard. Actually, if everything works, I can make that another check-in, and that's another iterative step towards world domination. So mail queue is now encapsulated. Encapsulate mail queue implementation. What does encapsulate mean? It means hide. Hide from who? Hide from the users. So we're hiding how all of these things are implemented, and we're hiding the private properties as well. We just declare them in the header. We don't say what code they go with. We just say, hey, there's code somewhere to do these things. And hey, we also have some data, which you don't know what's in there because it's opaque. And then you go look at the implementation, there's where the data is. And the actual code to manipulate it is here inside the implementation, and it's no longer where the code is called from, which was not there. Or was it? Yeah. Here. So that's what encapsulation means. All right. So now I need to move the logic out. The coordinator process mails shouldn't actually do the send, shouldn't actually be doing the DQ part, I think, right? Where does the DQ actually happen? No, the process mails can do what it's doing. That's fine. But yeah, it's these. That we can't do. Let me mark this. Move to executor. and this one. Right? Let me think about this. This logic, I'm just trying to think, where does that go? I think it still goes here in the coordinator, but it gets moved to process mails. Basically, we don't want to send an email if it's already been DQ'd. Yeah, so I think I can just move this down to the selector. Here, this selector. I can put it here. And basically say, if Raft has already applied that command, then return false. Don't select it out of the queue. So we need to get the index. Const auto index, mail with index first. All right. I moved that code, but I did it prematurely. Let's comment that out. I want to set up a test to check this, and I want to see the test fail first. So let's not move the. Let's just mark that it's been moved. Move to process emails. Okay. Make sure I didn't break anything just now. While that's running, let me pick where I'm going to be testing this. So this. Okay. Right, we're mocking what the executor does when we test the coordinator, so we can do the coordinator test first. Oh, passing the 4-hour mark. That's why I'm getting dizzy. I'm just kidding. Getting hungry. You know what's on good news for today? I have 0 dropped frames. I have not dropped a single frame. How many frames is that in 4 hours? That's a lot of frames. I never actually checked. Do I have quality options today? Let me look. I do have quality options. Oh, isn't that nice? All right, so coordinator. Mail. Here we go. What is Q? I think all I need to modify is what Q test mail does. All right, so one thing at a time. Yeah, 20 FPS. 288,000 frames. That's a lot of frames that I have not dropped. Usually I drop like 1 to 200, so I must have just had a really good internet day. This test doesn't actually care how who processes the mail queue, does it? Am I just moving this to the executor completely? Yeah, I'm moving all of this, so the coordinator won't get involved at all. So all the coordinator will be doing is processing the queue. Okay, so that makes it a bit easier. So queue test email just changes a bit. It will be that it is just put into the queue. I don't need to do this at all. Yeah, I don't need to do this at all. So there's no journal entry. There's no command. There's no publishing of it. It's just, we make one. Oh, we make one, we gotta put it into the queue. So we have a mock mail queue, right? Oh no, I already have a real mail queue. Mail queue. Queue. I have to give it some index. We'll call it 1. Hold on. I think I actually have some tests that queue multiples, right? Yeah, so there's one that has multiples. So let's make it an argument. Or actually a better thing would be to just, let me think about this. Do those actually use the indices? I don't think it cares. Does it? Actually, some of them will care because we want to test this side effect that it appends a DQ. Okay, so yeah. You know, we should just use the realm server mail queue mail with index. That's what we should do. I should make one of those. Down here. So it doesn't really matter what it is, as long as it's different every time. So next, mail index 1. So just plus that. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Plus index and the qmail command. So it's just queue the mail and return the mail. Right? I think so. And then everywhere we call that, we need to update this. So it's that dot second everywhere. We want the actual command. So for the tests that care about the command, it's second. These tests don't actually care. Doesn't look like I wrote any tests that make sure that a DQ is added to the log. That's troublesome. So do not queue, do not send. Yeah, it never checks to see if it was put into the DQ. That the DQ was added. Why did I not check that? Hey there, poor didums. How's it going? I'm just finding that some of the unit tests I wrote earlier are not complete. This just checks that it sends it. This checks that it's not sent unless it's... so only the leader server does the sending. And then the rate limit is obeyed here. But none of these are testing the DQ. I'll just add the missing test. Previous. Yeah, all these are fine. So let's just add the missing test. Or maybe I just build it into this. I think this is where, yeah, I'll build it into this. So we expect, or basically, more strongly, we assert that there's one message sent. No, it's mock log, mock journal entries size. It should append a command to that journal. So assert equal to DQ mail. The first entry's command. Type. And also I need to have an assert that is not null. Assert false that it's null. It has to be a DQ mail, and then we can do a looser expectation that the index is whatever we got back there. qmail.first is the index. Oh, I need to do a static cast for that. So const auto DQ command. DQ mail? DQ mail. Standard static pointer cast to realm server commands DQ mail, and then this god awful thing. That's really long. That will have a log index. There we go. Debug time. Yep, that's what that was me for the first 2.5 hours of today. New feature wasn't working. Debug time. Life of a programmer, right? Or we don't call them programmers anymore. I'm revealing my age by saying that word. It's devs now. Life of a dev. We used to call devs programmers. Actually, I don't know. What's more popular of a term, dev or programmer? Have I tried static analyzer on my codebase? I have not. Used that years ago, and we didn't really gain much out of it, because I think the best static analysis is just read your own code. Even better, have someone else read your code and tell you if they can read it. If they can read it, their static analysis of reading the code passes. If they can't read it and they're like, your code is too messy, I can't understand it, then you fail. Coder? Coder. Yeah. You know what I think of a coder is an encoder, like a video encoder. That's a coder. Developers. Code monkey. How about code monkey? We use that term? All right. Run the test, I guess. It fails because there are 2 entries. Why are there 2 entries? Oh, because it's lead. Okay, I need to clear out the journal at this point. Oh, actually, I suppose that's fine. We'll just assert that there are 2 of them. Oh, that's a bad long index. Oh, probably because I have the wrong, I have the wrong entry in there. Oops. Let me fix that problem by doing this. Command equals this. Oops. I should put that into my clipboard before I type command. Now I can paste it. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know multi-cursor select would do that, but that's kind of cool. All right, it passes. So that verifies coordinator does the correct thing in process emails, right? Only I didn't do that code. No, I need to get that code to fail. How do I get that code to fail? Oh, that's another test, right? So that if it's already been DQ'd, it shouldn't be sent twice. I thought I had a test for that. Yeah. Do not DQ mail when already DQ'd and log is based on the snapshot. So how did this pass? I commented that code out. Queue a mail. Oh, this is the wrong, okay, that's because it's the wrong index. So that should be queue mail first. Q, no, it's not a function. Then make a new one with that log index, and so this will fail because it will just select it again anyway. Okay. Oh, and this is wrong. We want to, what do we want to do here? Right, it doesn't actually go to the journal right now. But I need it to. I think that means I need to actually take that and queue it. So I can't really use these indexes directly. Okay. I think I know what I need to do. And I need to obey, okay, I need to obey all of the things. So let me look at what this had before I made these changes. So git lens to the rescue. I think I am bringing this code back, actually. Because we're going to both queue it, or we're going to put it into the journal, pretend that we published it, and then do what the executor would have done. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense to me. So I need this entry here, basically. Let us make a recording of that. So const auto index. So whatever the base index is, plus however many entries we had before, and we're going to use that index when we fake the publishing of it. And then we're going to use that same index down here, and we'll remove this one. Okay. I'm going to do a shortcut here. I'm going to say show in test explorer and then run all of these only. There we go. We got some nice crashes. We got some failures. Oh, interesting. It sent it twice. Oh, right. Yeah. So that is because the code that I had marked move to executor has not been moved. This is doing a queue. Actually, that shouldn't have applied another command. So why is that failing? Are they streaming? Yeah. I don't pick up the first version of anything though. I was talking about that earlier. My mom calls it the lunatic fringe, is the set of people that would pick up something right when it launches, if it's a tool or something they depend on. So I'm not in the lunatic fringe. I'll do that for a game because I don't mind if the game is buggy and crashing if I really am looking forward to playing it. But yeah, tool I depend on for streaming, I'm not going to pick it up day one. That would just be asking for trouble, I think. All right, I'm actually running out of time. Well, it's more like I'm really hungry and I need to eat something. And I've been streaming for 4 hours. I think after I get this working, I will call it. I actually got pretty far in my plan. So I got all of this done. I'm in the middle of this, so I'll probably either finish that up after the stream or tomorrow. But yeah, I want to get my test running again here. So let me think about this. Why are there 3 tests? Why are there 3 entries here? What did I do wrong? Like, okay, let's just look at what the entries are. So I'll go down to here and I'll debug. And I'll look at the mock journal. See what the mock journal was told. Mock journal, where art thou? There you are. Okay. My daughter says don't ask what that noise was. I'm pretty sure she shook up a bottle of soda and then she opened it. As long as she doesn't make a mess on the floor. Actually, I guess you can make a mess on the floor, just you have to clean it up. Teenagers. Alright, so the first command was... What is that? Client report. Client report. Oh, right. Okay. What is this third one in? Is that the DQ? DQ, okay. Oh. Oh, right. That's strange. So I really should decouple this, shouldn't I? The problem was there were extra log entries in there. So instead of asserting, I think I'll just loop. Yeah, so we'll just say... How do we send this? It's not here, actually. It's here. We have to find... There has to be a command, so const dq mail command found. So that's the old code. Here's the new code. So we'll do some kind of loop, and we'll just expect it to be true at the end. So the loop will be for I equals 0, I is less than the number of entries in the mock log, plus plus. If, okay, we'll just get this command out. Put I here instead. If command is null, actually there's two things we can do, right? Rely on the short circuit to work. If it's null or its type is not equal to DQ mail, then continue. Actually, wouldn't it be better to reverse this logic? If it's not null and it's a DQ mail, then we're going to break because we found it, right? So that'll be true. And then I'll put all the other expectations I had there, which is just one thing, which is here. Inside before we break. Oh, I need the static cast too. Here it was. So these two things. Cool. Delete that and try this now. Cool, alright. Show in the test explorer, please. Let's run them all. This one still crashes. Let's see where it crashed. Debug. Retry. So out of range, some container. Why is qmail index 100? That shouldn't be 100. It should be 101. Oh. That minus 1 plus that. Okay, I got it. I was off by 1. So plus 1 from that. Okay, so it fails. Why? It sent the email again. even though it should not have. Okay, so I think that's expected because that code was commented out. So I commented in, or uncomment it, and then that should fix the test. Cool. All right. So I could go eat lunch now, or I could finish moving this code. So this is basically what we're testing. We're testing the process mails. The stuff that we need to move to the executor, I think we'll just make that part of the executor test. This got moved. Why is that still in there? I think I can remove that now. It's superfluous. Without breaking anything. Oh, I need the command though. So that is this. Cool. So it's just down to these two things. So they have the executor do them. Right. Okay. Let's check this in. Okay. So really the change here is two things. So coordinator changes to how changes to mail queue interaction. Mail queue right. Now mail queue now it's all captured here essentially, right? Right. Mail queue now it's not mail queue. Executor is now expected to queue mails. Queue mails. That's this change. So we're simulating what the executor would do. And the other thing is move the check guarding against resending mails that have already been dequeued to this selection visitor. There we go. That's it. Quick question. Do you ever have that feeling that you don't want to program when you get started? It's actually not that bad and you get to it? Sometimes. It's a lot of the times for me, it's that feeling of intimidation that it's going to be a lot of work and that it won't be fun. And then when I start going and I get stuff to work, then I find out, yeah, it's pretty fun to get things working. So yeah, I think that happens to a lot of developers. There's also the intimidation of a problem seeming to be too hard to solve, and then when you get into it and you start solving it bit by bit, then you say, oh, it's not so bad. Okay, now I need to make a decision. Do I spend the time to move these to the executor now, or do I go eat lunch? I've been going for 4.5 hours. I guess it's a good stopping point. What's the consequence of me running this now without moving to the executor? It's just done here and not the executor, so it's not any worse than it was yesterday. It's just that the emails won't be sent if we end up grabbing a snapshot. Yeah, if we grab us, is that right? Yeah, we'll have some emails lost if we queue an email and then we stop the server and we start it again. And in the meantime, there was a snapshot made. Do I use Clang format? I don't know. I use my own style that I developed over time. It was sort of guided by certain standards, but more often than not, it was just other people that I had to work with. Just picked up bits and pieces of their coding style. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, when you really get into it, when you start to feel like you're making progress, and then one thing leads to another. Yeah, it's a great feeling. I think I am going to delay this because when I get hungry and I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, it's hard to keep a good focus, and I'm just worried I'll put more bugs in. So I think I'm going to call it here. I'll do this either later after lunch or tomorrow. So as usual, what I do the day or the night before I stream, I'll put up a plan which I have in my notes. So like the today command leads here right now, and I also have a Discord that I announce to like a little bit before I stream. My normal stream schedule, I end around now, which means I go for 4 hours, which means I will usually start at 10 a.m. Pacific. That's 1700 hours UTC. So I hope you'll come back tomorrow. I stream every weekday, and we'll be doing more of this stuff. So finishing this up, and actually I'm not sure what I'm going to do after this. I got to go back and look at my checklist. I'm trying to get this platform up on the web so that we can start building a game off of it. So I guess we can say we're done with this the moment I get the email stuff sorted out. So I might be working on configuration transfer over S3, or I might be doing game statistics, or I might be doing legal stuff, or I might be doing something totally different. I'll have to figure out what I'm doing. So don't know yet, but I'll know tonight sometime what I'll be doing tomorrow. So I think I'll leave it on that page for a moment. So while I go and see who else is streaming, that we can go raid, and I can go eat. Yay. Wait a minute. Adam has 2,000 viewers? That's crazy. Okay. I guess we're gonna raid him, even though he has 2,300 viewers. That's insane. I'll have to ask him why he has so many viewers. We're gonna go raid Adam. Oh, he got raided? Well, we'll add a trickle to the bucket. How about that? I'm hitting the button. Okay. Thank you guys. I'll see you back tomorrow morning for another day of development. Bye.